is, so it has to happen multiple times for you. Like there's a...
So what they're talking about is they're talking about M plus dungeon levers. Blizzard is cutting basically cracking down on the the levers that are happening so more frequently within M plus. They'll go into it a little bit. But that's where we're starting. So
pattern, right? It's not just one instance of this. My question is, what percentage of leaving is done by people who do it often enough that it's like a pattern that they could easily get detected? Because I think League had this problem where the toxic behavior, once you cut out the most toxic few percent, there was still a lot of toxic behavior being done by people who aren't usually toxic. But if you're just toxic 1 out of every 10, 1 out of every 20 games, that's still often enough that you run into it all the time as a player. But then if we try to punish that, it's going to have to be, strict enough that 1 or 2 leaving incidents will have to be, highly likely to get you that mark. So that's the part that I personally am a little bit worried about. That's true for WoW as well.
What do you think, Dork?
Yeah, anyone who plays MOBAs know that this type of system can usually lead to people being held hostage. The whole FF15,
right?
Or like FF or I will troll or be toxic. Just like some behavior that people basically, if people want to be assholes, they're gonna be assholes regardless.
Yeah, if you're gonna vote to abandon, and then the vote doesn't go through, what's stopping that person from just actually going AFK? And they're bricking your run in either way.
Yeah, and the fact that you don't get punished after one instance makes this a little bit less likely to be, because FF or I troll or threatening to troll unless somebody else dodges. Those kind of things are super effective because one bad game already starts ramping you penalties in League. But if in WoW, good players who are nice and kind and angels and good citizens run into a griefer, they can just leave because it'll be their only leave on their record, right? So the only time where it would be a problem of other people griefing you and putting you in that awkward position of should I leave and take this black mark on my name is that can only be a problem for you if it happens often enough. Because if it just happens once, they have no power over you.
Okay, so they bring up MOBAs and the way they do MOBAs, and so League of Legends, which is a MOBA, has a vote to quit out of an instance, or a game. Basically, if I forget, I think if three of the 5 or 4 of the 5 want to quit, then it's happily acceptable that you quit and basically go on, find a different group, do whatever you want without being penalized. This has pros and cons to it, okay? Because a system like this can actually kind of get a little ragey. And like Dorky will mention here in a little bit, is that the people that are going to be assholes, basically, they're going to continue to be assholes. They go into the situation bringing that mentality towards it, that this instance is going to go this way, and the way my mind is pushing it, okay, and the way I see it, or it's not going to happen at all. And this happens in MOBAs a lot. Now, the thing about MOBAs is there's a lot of moving parts in MOBAs, okay? Many, many more parts than any World of Warcraft part of it. There's more characters to play. There's 120 or something like that characters to play. The balancing is pretty off the charts. I say the biggest comparison there is you don't have in MOBAs you don't have a really good way of controlling what your teammates play necessarily. So if they pick a non-meta hero and bring that to the group, they're kind of shunned upon, and so a lot of these issues are just that. Like, oh, I don't like the hero, the core we're playing with, or because it's non-meta, or the support, or the off lane. Where I don't like that, so I'm not going to try. Even though it might even serve the benefit of the team, but it's not meta, okay? And you get... The thing is you kind of get the same thing in WoW, but just not as much, because you do... The group leader obviously has full group control of who to invite and who not to invite. Now, I do enjoy that part of it, of WoW. And it is... the reason why it's okay to be upset in that regard to an extent, but depending on the level you're trying to achieve, though. If you're not at the top tier, it doesn't really mean much. It doesn't matter. But when you start getting up into the top tier things, it starts to matter more. So we'll continue to listen here. But so there's some things that MOBAs just don't have to worry about, or WoW WoW doesn't have to worry about that MOBAs do. In a lot of cases. So we'll continue listening. So.
Yeah, I would say the other problem is if someone just needs to go, right, and they can't comfortably leave the group.
Yeah, so again,
and that happens,
What percentage of your keys does that happen? And how many are you gonna have to leave? If you leave 1 out of every 10 keys,
yeah, so they're going to talk about
balance
balance.
On you? 1 out of every 15,
so,
1 out of every 5.
What is it?
What are they going to calibrate?
Your attendance rate, does it need to be,
1 out of every 10? I mean,
90%, do you stay to the end? A completion rate of 80%? Where does this, mode, or this punishment system, when does it engage,
but it turns out, or something came up.
Right.
Some emergency or something urgent, you have to leave. You can just type in the chat, hey guys, I'm voting to disband, but actually something just came up and I have to go, right? And then they just be like, well, shit, that guy has to go anyway, or he might just be brick, that's unlucky.
Yeah, but in MOBAs, people will lie. People will sit there and bold-face go, oh, my toaster or something happened, I have to go over here, and they'll say anything not to, if they know that there's a big punishment on the end of this, oh, hey, I have an emergency, can we do this real quick? And they'll do this, and, that will get them out. And, of course, people should be sympathetic, but I know on the MOBA front, it doesn't work. When you play, people will just say no. So there needs to be something else to there. People, we talk about, and this is a bigger macro version of this, is we talk about not wasting players and people's time. This is what this is. Now, obviously, people have to go for different reasons, whatever. They'll give the example here that they'll give the example of, I thought I had time to do this, but I had 35 minutes, but it took 15 to get this group, and now I can't run it. I get it. I've been there, done that. We've all been there. Okay, so there's going to be that, and the punishment should be for those people, the people that are poorly managing their time, because time management in this game is very, very important. Not just receiving rewards for your efforts and things like this. It has to be both ways. Blizzard has to give us every opportunity to be good with our time, but also we have to be good stewards of our time as well, and be good time managers, and everything else. So we'll continue listening.
Now, the problem is that's kind of hard to tell the difference between that and someone who's just saying that, but they just don't want to be in the key anymore.
Right.
You know, but there's nothing you can do against that. I still think them doing something is better than nothing at all. No one really likes actual leavers. I don't think a lot of innocent people are going to be punished with this, but I could be proved wrong. It's one of those things where the theory of what Blizzard is trying to do makes sense, but how it plays out in practice, you just never know, right? So interested to see how.
But we know from MOBAs how this ends up. You're gonna get put on the naughty list, and people are going. This does a couple things. One, this actually plays into the benefit of group play, is that if you're on the naughty list and you find your friend group, okay, like you're still gonna play with your friends. Your friends don't care if you're on the naughty list, okay, but so this actually pushes you towards group play and friendship, but you go into random queue, solo queue, and all of a sudden you got a mark on you. You know what I mean? So the question is this mark, you being on the naughty list, is it going to hinder you in any other way, like other than solo queue? You know what I mean? And for the most part, if you're a serious player, you know, solo queue will only take you so far, basically. And what they've tried to do, they tried to balance it out to where solo queue can get quite high, but it can only actually get you so far. So, and I think they're not going to discuss it in this podcast, but it's been discussed. Earlier, and it's a macro
plays out, but I think it's better than doing nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is interesting because they have mentioned this. How many patches ago was it? You guys remember when they were trying to ban leavers?
It was like
That was like a pretty
Arakara,
big
so it
deal.
was season 1 of this expansion, right?
Yeah, which this doesn't affect. But
so banning doesn't work. Okay, because what banning does is it just makes people not play your game, which is the exact opposite of what Blizzard and every other game developer wants. Okay, the last thing a game developer or an organization, a game company wants to do is ban you from playing their own video game. That is the very least thing they want to do. One, because it's negative on the income stream, which is most game companies' number one thing. But also, it also puts a bad taste in the player's mouth and a bad taste in the company's mouth. You know, you don't want that at all. So it's a negative on all fronts. They don't want that. And the players that break this habitually, they're going to they're probably not going to get banned because of it. Okay, what they're going to do is they're probably just not going to be able to solo queue, and what it will do is force them into like a low priority system to where they don't get first priority. You know, within, you know, or they have, you know, which is kind of sucks too, because then, you know, you're doing kind of a soft version of banning. It's a soft ban kind of thing. But it's also, if you don't have time to play right now, don't try to waste other people's time by starting one and then leaving. Like, you know, so it basically takes your responsibility and your mismanagement of your own time and basically spreads that to 5 other people or 4 other people for no reason and no fault but that one person's. And that's what we're trying to do. So this is kind of like a responsibility, and not just etiquette. It's etiquette, but it's responsibility to players to continually have a good time while we're playing this game. So,
by the way, because that was in Heroic,
yeah.
And even if it was in Mythic 0, which is also another lever situation, like this is only in a Mythic Plus key where you put in a keystone, so it wouldn't even affect those things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I kind of just wonder like why they needed to take this measure when they were already taking action to begin with.
The reason why is because you're not giving the data to the right people, which is the population. You're going to mark the, like when you they're taking the right steps here. And at the end of this discussion, in a couple of minutes, I'll tell you what I would add to it as well. But so we have a situation here that they're giving the people they want to self-regulate this basically with the WoW populace, which is fine, and I think we're cool with that because like I said earlier, it's going to be regulated, but on their own time, people's own time, they're going to be able to just group up with their friends, and they'll still be able to play with a short queue time. But that's not going to be the case when they hit solo queue. So I think they need to be a little bit more upfront on: are they just going to get the Scarlet Letter? Are they going to get put on the naughty list and get that big red A put on them? Or are they going to put a functional queue time delay onto their queue, basically? Because obviously they're kind of running out of options of punishments, or even punishments that have been, I don't want to say, punishments that have proven worthy within the gaming realm. Because the last thing they want to actually do is stop you from playing the video game. Okay, I don't think this will be a hard thing early in the seasons. I think this is a mid to late season problem, to the point where the system probably doesn't even need to exist in the first 6 weeks of the patch. I think I believe that, because I think these problems happen because of lack of, people are trying to gear their alts. They don't have aspirations at this point. Those aspirations ended 5 to 10 weeks ago. They're just getting ready for next season. So I think we're running into that issue of why they're running these keys, why they're doing all this stuff, and their reasoning is we don't time this, then it's not worth my time. So I think we have to. This addresses the lever part, but it doesn't necessarily address of why is it a waste of their time. So, and we'll get into that at the end.
But I mean, I do like the whole branding players with a Scarlet Letter or some type of this person might be a problem to play with. And I wonder if they can extend that.
Well, see, this isn't a behavior score. This is a lever score. Okay, this isn't a. I know Dorky, he misspoke probably here, and that's perfectly okay. Okay, but we have to say that is this a behavior score? I mean, it kind of is, but it's it's not exactly a behavior score. Okay, and a behavior score, this shouldn't be looked as a behavior score. It should be looked as literally you leave too many dungeons and hang your group out to dry, and basically you're because it's a multiplicative thing. Every time you do that, you affect 4 other players and ruin their game time, to where maybe they had enough time to play and you didn't, but now they have to log off, and now they don't get the run, and now they don't get the chance at the piece of gear they get. So it ruins that. So the question is do we want a behavior score in WoW? Do we want that as well? Because this is not a behavior score. And for those that haven't played games with a behavior score, this is kind of the first stage into something like that. And that's fine if they want to do that. I think it'll be a good thing for overall. I don't think it'll affect many people at the very high levels, but I do think there's some people that will hit this. They'll hit this note hard because they are habitual offenders, basically.
Yeah.
I wonder if they can extend that further to some type of shadow ban system.
Yeah, or this person's a known patter when they sign up to you.
Well, no, it shouldn't be shadow ban. It should be a blatant number just like the badge that you're going to get when you're on the naughty list. You should also just get a blatant score of, hey, your rating is this, and it shouldn't just be like this guy's a fun to play with. It should also be like, if what this can translate to is if this guy put this much effort in, is doing this much damage. So WoW is to throw this all together. If WoW is going to have their own damage meter and they're going to have all this data at their thing, they might as well have a self-pulling together of all this data to rank you as a player in general. Of, okay, well, you're pulling this, and we have logs for this, but now we can have WoW data just give you your performance output compared to everybody. They have the raw data. They have the data set. Basically, everything World of Logs get is an approximation, and so and for better or worse, anyway. But that approximation is actually quite close. It's not far out there. So, but you know, this shouldn't be a shadow ban thing. This shouldn't ever like even come close. You just tell the people you're not as good as you think you are, or you're way better than you think you are. But the thing is those people already know it, especially if they do keys, because the marker or the bar for that is what key you completed. But for some people they just get so irritated with people leaving, or other things, people's attitudes, or they just don't like competitive gaming in general, but they're really good at gaming. I think that's a large majority of it is and they push all this stuff, and the behavior score kind of goes on that. Now, competitive people are going to be competitive and say some things out of character sometimes. Behavior score kind of lumps people up together. But if you have perfect data on the back end, and if they're not playing to a high level, then just put them in a different group. Be like, you can't play with these people because you're not there. You're not pumping out these numbers, or you don't even have the gear to pump out these numbers, which is actually what I would want to happen. I'd be a proponent of that. So if you don't have the X amount of gear, and you're not set up to even play with these people, and which is hard because it's like you don't want to tell them they have to play with like the group below them. But what we found out time and time again, and what we see Max saying time and time again, that this game is best played with people at your own equal skill level. Okay, what better way to do that? Whether to say, oh, your gear is this, and therefore should be this. You play with these people because they're similarly geared. So, obviously that changes over time. Like the first 6 weeks, that really doesn't mean much. However, after 6 weeks or so, that means more and more and more as we go down the timeline.
Your raid, like they've got good parsons, whatever,
Yeah.
But, they're a known pattern. They get that mark on their application.
Or the opposite too. Like this person's a great tank, great person to play with.
This person's a mechanics-oriented player. Or you could do like the honor system in League, I guess. That's I don't know. I guess my thing with this, I kind of think it's more like
honor system gets abused. It's a two-way street. So the better way to do it, I personally, from my point of view, if you're in comms with somebody, obviously they can say whatever over comms. If it's on chat based, then you'll know that. But for the most part, people enjoy playing with each other. They get frustrated sometimes because it's a complex and competitive game style that they're trying to play. Like people are going to get heated. People are going to have opinions because that's just how this stuff works. So, but they're not like, it has to be a system where it's fair, but it has to be just kind of a basic view of this player. So, going for a behavior score doesn't mean the guy's a bad player. Like, just because he has a lever mark, or he's on the naughty list for that, like, it doesn't mean he's a bad player. What it means is that he leaves dungeons too much, and there needs to be a doubling down on relaying that to people that, hey, this guy has a X percentage chance of leaving this instance. You should probably avoid him if there. But next to it is going to be all this data saying, well, he also does amazing DPS. So I have a feeling that those people are still going to get picked for groups if you put the data right beside them. Like, because if you have a guy that does 90%, 95% damage, are you going to risk it? Are you going to risk failing your key and breaking your key because he has a lever rate mark? No, probably not. You're going to say, oh man, this guy, purple and orange parses. You're going to be like, yeah, I'm gonna take the guy that does 95% damage. Like, it's just going to be that way. So at the end of the day, we want performance and we want numbers because this is a competitive game. So because if you didn't want that thing, if you didn't want performance and numbers, you would just, make your own group of friends and play with your own group, and then just tell people that no, you can't get invited to our group because you're not good enough. You would do it the old-fashioned way rather than play a solo queue, or it's why you're in solo queue in the first place. So
likely that this won't do enough rather than it doing too much. I kind of think it's more likely that like they're gonna make it so not sensitive to avoid the, abuse cases that might exist, that it just isn't actually going to catch that high a percentage.
The abuse cases on a lever, this is this isn't a behavior score, so let's they're playing the line between a lever mark and then a behavior score, and they really need to kind of go into it because they're kind of conflating the two, bringing them together, and then kind of not knowing where Blizzard's going to go with this. And maybe they just don't have a lot of experience with behavior scores in general in games. So obviously, Dratnos has a little bit of experience in League, it seems like, for their honor behavior scores. But like I said, those can be manipulated, and they actually should kind of point that stuff out. If they do know. I understand that some things slip your mind a little bit.
Of toxic behavior, especially if my theory is right that the toxic behavior happens largely among players who aren't usually toxic, and then it's like it'd be pretty hard to mark those players without having a very
yeah, but at what percent? Really, what we're talking about on the lever part of this is at what point does it become toxic to the community for levers? Okay. At what point does that happen? And that's something they're going to have to find out through statistics. They probably already know or have a really good idea of when it starts taking people off to where people just... Because what you don't want is a voluntarily they don't play the game, Or worst case scenario, they just quit WoW in general, Because that's obviously a negative for the whole everybody. It's negative for the community, negative for Blizzard, negative for the player, So...
low threshold for putting that mark on people.
Yeah, you don't want to mark the people who didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Right. Like that's at all. But to answer your question, Dorky, like why, or at least I think why would Blizzard do this? They already said they were banning levers. Either that's not a very effective way, it's hard for them to find them, and what they were doing before wasn't good enough, or they're offloading the work. Right? They're like, we can just let the community police themselves by putting in this very simple thing. Right, and then we don't have to worry about trying to find exactly who's leaving and who's not. Because I bet there's a bunch of false reports with that. So I bet that like them all respond when they were like, we're gonna ban levers, and we were kind of like, how the fuck are they gonna do that?
Yeah.
Like how do you know outside of like people reporting people? But then that could be bad faith actors too reporting. So like it's really really difficult. So they probably just saw this as probably a better solution to that. My assumption would be like that wasn't very effective.
Yeah. I think any system that's like automated has got to be better than any rely on them to manually ban people, because that's just like season over season their passion for doing that is going to wax and wane. So having an automated system, I think it's a step in a good direction. I don't know. I'm cautiously optimistic that this is going to make things better, but I'm somewhat pessimistic that it's not going to make them a lot better. That's my current take on this, but I'm glad.
Because it's a basic lever score, That's all it is. It's a basic lever score, and there's no There's nothing past that. Until you implement a behavior score, you know, things won't they won't push in the right direction for a while until you start calling people out for their bullcrap, you know.
I'm also glad that they're doing something.
Yep, agreed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's move on to.
Anyway, my version of this is, I think the Scarlet Letter, the being on the naughty list for that, and then pushing towards behavior score, because this is what this is going towards. And actually, AI will probably help in that. My big thing about this is going to be like, so we have every single dungeon. We have something quite worthless that we have to select every single N plus that we do, and you have to select it, whether it's a standard run, whether it's a completion run, or whether it's I forget the third option for it. It's like ooh, hey, look at that. Stamina spirit, not for me. Is it sellable though? Oh, they're all going to greed. I'll be nice. So why not, if you're worried about levers so much, hit the levers where it counts the most. Okay? And make running a standard run or making a completion run, make that matter. Okay? And the reason why you want to make it matter is because, and what you would do is you put up an anti-system to where if you select completion, everyone that joins, including the leader, they give up 2k gold, whatever gold requirement is, go there, but only when they hit, we're going to run this for completion. Every player runs like 10k gold or something like that, something manageable, you know. 10k gold isn't hard to get, you know. So what that does is that it incentivizes two things to happen. One, there's a social contract there that you clicked completion, and then when they enter a completion group, a little thing comes up and says, "Do you realize you're entering a completion group? You need to deposit 10k into an ante that, if you leave, will be split evenly between all party members." Okay? So if you leave, but there's also, you keep in the voting to where everybody can vote if you want to do that. But what ends up happening is you'll split all that stuff. So if they don't want to leave, or if they have to leave, but they can always run, if they're short on time, don't run the completion then, and don't put the ante up. Play a standard game that if you need to leave during this, or maybe the vote still counts on the standard, maybe you still do the lever thing on there. But what you do is, we have the system in place, we're not utilizing it correctly, and that happens so much in a lot of different things. So if they would put, and I don't know the correct gold amount, but it's probably around 10 to 15k, like where somebody would be like, "I'm not hitting that button, you know, I'm not going to rage quit on this," and it puts the money where their mouth is, because they have something to lose. They don't just have something to lose, but they also entered the social contract of saying this is in a completion mode, and it works like anything else in the auction house or anything else. It just comes through the mail. Hey, this person leaves, and we just get in the mail. And this is the one thing, gold in current in-game currency, is the one thing that MOBAs do not have here. Okay, and the reasoning behind it is that posting 15 or 20k gold to do a completion run, and everybody's signing on to that social contract. If I'm gonna do this, and like, hey, there's potential if this guy like rage quits or whatever, or lost his marbles, I'm gonna get 4k out of it. I'm gonna get 5k gold out of this. You know, now they can't get kicked. They can't get anything like that. You know, like, and you know, so it's one of those things. It's a social contract that, you know, but if they don't want to be a part of that system, then you just allow that system to be in the standard system, or they don't have the gold. If they don't have the gold in there, they shouldn't have a problem with that. They shouldn't. They're going to be in two different systems, and this is very, very important. And I don't think anybody will have like a big problem with getting, you know, 10,000 gold and putting it towards an ante. You know, I don't think people run that low, in my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe putting gold into this category is different, but I think you know. And if you disagree, definitely throw a comment down in the comments here. But I think we're all incentivized. We're all incentivized to do the right thing. But we're even more incentivized if you click the option and then put the money down, knowing that if somebody rage quits, they're going to get paid, which is nice. You know, that could pay for a couple flasks. You know, that could pay for, you know, that helps everyone else out. So what we're doing is we're turning a very negative thing that is obviously exponential to 4 other players that weren't going to be affected at all because you can't manage time correctly. Okay, you can't manage anything like that correctly. So obviously 4 other people need to feel bad because of that, and that's just not the case. Okay, and what it should be is, if you do mismanage your time and waste all these other people's time, they should get compensated for it. That's really what this system is about. This is my system that I would put in. And the thing is the system already exists. All you have to do is make the easy deposit button, click, there it goes. You know, and then what happens is the bad thing is if you do complete the run, you just get your money back. Plus, you know, so, you know, I think that personally is the best system. Or, you know, I would say, oh, well, you could just get a voucher or something like that. Well, the problem with a voucher is you need to not leave this up to like people that can spam the system. You don't want to leave any room there. And I don't think there's not much wiggle room. That if you put 10k up and everybody gets, you know, 2 or 3k a pop, you know, or whatever it may be, that I don't think you can abuse it. You just make it to where it's not viably abusable. Now it has to be enough, obviously, that people don't want to hit that button. And if you find that the thing is we might have to adjust that rate as the levers go up, the ante goes up, you know, until we find that sweet spot. Eventually, either no one will do completion and do that social contract, and this is just a stat thing. Eventually, that price will raise to a certain point. It's just supply and demand, and then go back down. And when it goes back down, you know you hit it. You know you hit that good sweet spot there. I think this is what Blizzard is missing. I think this is what they need to enact. And I don't think it would be hard to enact at all. And you know, it puts a kind of a self-behavior score while rewarding the player base for one person's, not just screw up, for their mismanagement of their own time, of which Blizzard has said you're not going to wait. Blizzard's not going to waste your time, but in reality, it's this one jerk over here that can't, that mismanages time and has to go do something else because of whatever reason. That person should, take responsibility and give back to the community because of that. This is that version. So definitely, if you like it or not, definitely comment down below. We'll continue now with the rest of the podcast.
Other 11.2 stuff. Do you guys want to tackle the hot speculation of a third DH spec?
Oh, I'm fully on board. I don't even think it's speculation. I think it's like money back guarantee.
Money back guarantee. Yeah, I mean it looks compelling.
Well, yeah, it's a win-win. Okay, you're taking a negative and making a positive about everything. And the thing is they can still play the game on standard mode. They can still do a standard dungeon, but then the behavior score and the lever score, or the to be on the naughty list, is still going to show. And then you just leave them. Then they're left to their own whims, basically, and their own behavior, basically at that point. But if they do have gold, well then, and they still do it, then they need to pay that cost. It's a win-win for everyone. The people get paid, they're compensated correctly, and the reason why is they're getting paid for the time, but they're also getting paid for the inability, you're paying them for the loot that they could have got, okay? And you're saying that the time and the loot that they could have got in that chance, and that you're wasting that, you're saying that this is worth X amount of gold, okay? And that every player should put that up. So anyway, we'll continue. But yes,
there's like a
good comment.
DH meta thing that's out.
So I haven't looked at it. Why exactly are people speculating this? It's because of like a raid boss.
I might be missing a few things, but yeah, there's a raid boss, which by the way has this.
All right, they're going to talk about a optional raid bosses, and to gather a third DH spec possibly. I'm not too concerned about this. In general, we'll still watch it, but I'm not concerned.
It's like really weird optional tag to it, but I have a theory about what that is about too. So the boss is a Demon Hunter Council boss. There's 3 Demon Hunters, and one of them is just the most Havoc Demon Hunter. Their abilities are literally Blade Dance and other Havoc things. The other boss, the second boss, is a Vengeance Demon Hunter, which just has all the Vengeance toolkit straight up. And then there's a third Demon Hunter that just has an entirely different toolkit of cool-looking mechanics. And it's like, okay, that's first of all, I think that alone is just like, I'm 90% sure that this is happening. Plus, there's a precedent for this, right? Like, they did this last expansion. Then, in the middle of a patch, not on the release, they, like, kind of shadow dropped a spec. Right? They announced it. I don't remember. When did they announce AUG? Was it after?
It was after Sarkareth died. Right?
It was after Sarkareth died. Okay, and then they announced it to come out in the 0.5. I think it was at 0.7. One of the. Okay, so
there's the 0.5.
That, I'd be willing to bet a ton that it's either when this boss dies, specifically the Shadow Council boss, or when the end boss dies, or something like that's going to be the new hype announcement for 11.5. Is there's a new Demon Hunter spec. Also, the boss is listed as.
My first impressions for a third Demon Hunter spec is it going to be more like a rogue spec? Like, are you going to do kind of like a assassination versus subtlety or outlaw, to where outlaw is more sustainable through sustainable damage? Are you gonna give that position to Demon Hunter as well? Or are you going to make it something new to where rogue should play like this, and it's really, really fun, and you don't realize like rogue should be something similar to that. I think maybe. I also think that kind of reading between the lines here is the new Demon Hunter spec could be like what they're doing to DK right now with the new abilities that you can channel. Basically, it's basically a melee channel, and things, and we'll get to that later. But I think it's very, very possible that this will also be kind of part of that. I think that's one of WoW's. I think that's where they're going to kind of go with some of this, and it's okay, but I don't know how well it works. Basically, if everyone has an ability like an evoker.
There's a bunch of speculation going on with that right now. Do you know anything more about that than me, Dratnos, rather than...
There's a, like the Hall of Fame achievement has been updated to require you to kill all the bosses now to get it. Except that one. It's actually it's got 7 instances of killing the last boss in the achievement right now, but there are 8 bosses in the raid. So my guess is that you don't have to kill that boss for Hall of Fame or anything.
Okay, that is not my guess. Although this is all speculation because who the fuck knows, but until they clarify it. But that is so strange to me. That's never happened before. So they would just do that out of nowhere, right? That's in Butcher that didn't happen. You could go kill Imperator Margok, but you had to go back and kill Butcher to like end the race and also to get the achievement for Heimer. It included Butcher. So, and Rodin is like an extra mythic boss, totally separate thing. So this has never happened before. They mentioned the boss is optional. I heard a theory earlier that in the DH Discord, I don't know who, someone could have made this up, by the way, but it's the thing that makes the most sense to me. That it's going to take a demon hunter to summon this boss, to make this boss appear. And the reason it's listed or even mentioned by Blizzard as optional is you would have to go through, like it's possible in a normal 10-man normal raid, there are groups that clear with normal and heroic being their main content that don't have a demon hunter. So you need to have the ability to go to the last boss to, like without going to this boss because you might not have a demon hunter that can summon it, right? You may want to look for a demon hunter in the group finder or whatever, but they're just doing some like crazy epic lore shit with that requires you to have a demon hunter do it, and that is why it's optional at all. But as far as my assumption is, as far as Mythic and the race is concerned, like completing the raid once they actually update the achievement, and also for the race, I imagine you're gonna have to kill every boss. And also the boss, it drops really OP boots that like interact with the cloak.
Yeah.
They're like bonus loot, like personal looted. It's not even very rare. And it drops a regular tier piece. Like just like its shoulder.
Yeah.
Like one of the tier pieces just drops off this boss, which totally does not look like what would happen on like an optional encounter. It needs to be clarified by Blizzard either way, but I am like very off of the idea because it would just be so random, and I don't understand the logic at all with it. There's just randomly an optional boss that isn't in the race or isn't as part of the achievement. It just doesn't make sense.
I'm still of Dranos' opinion. I don't actually know either, but I assume it's also going to be something where you don't... I mean, why else would it be optional, right?
Well, we don't know that it's... That they just mentioned, like, the word optional somewhere. But, like...
In the blue post, I believe.
Yeah, but, like, there's no precedent for that ever existing. Like, it's, like, just Blizzard ripping that without any explanation. And the reason I think maybe there isn't any yet, or maybe why there won't be, is it's somehow tied to how this spec is going to get released, because, like, they're obviously not going to talk about that. But, like, the whole, like, we released a raid, and you getting to the end boss without having to kill one of the bosses, that has happened. But you don't need to kill this boss to get the Mythic achievement of killing all the bosses in Mythic. That is completely... That is never... Nothing like that has ever existed. Like, why would that randomly happen, right? Like, that's the part I can't...
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I agree here. To get the proper achievements, you should have to properly clear the entire raid, regardless of anything else. You're there to complete the entire raid, no matter what. Now, I don't think there should be any tricks involved. I don't think there should be like super secret boss, that you have to do X, Y, and Z, and it's not formally laid out. I don't think there needs to be anything secretive about it. But now what it can do is that after you go through the raid, if it unlocks the 9th or 10th boss, and it's like, oh, well, here's 2 more bosses. The race is extended. We thought we were done, but we're not. That's cool. Okay, I like that. I like that thought. What I don't like what I don't like is you getting an achievement for not doing the achievement. You know, the achievement is clear the entire raid. So, and it needs to be seen as such as well. So, I think I need, which one do I need? Second, third, fourth. I need the fifth.
I mean,
There's a question.
it probably...
If it was optional, are you guys going to kill and race the world first?
Well, that's so I started.
In my opinion, in Race the World First, in achievements, there is no option. It might be optional. It might be optional later for whatever, for one reason or another. But I think this is what they're really getting at: is it really optional? Just kind of like, will you know, is there something that you could do at a Race the World First level? Oh, you could do this, and it would make you better. No, they're going to do it. We have to do this. There's no, you know, at that level with that kind of mindset, it's much different. You know, it's no, this is what we're going to do, not we could do this. You know.
Thinking about that earlier on stream, and I basically like was racking my brain, and I ran through so many situations, and I have no fucking clue. Well, so number one, the people in the race, like, we have to support ourselves, so like removing content is something we would not choose to do. There's also, regardless of like, there's only like a couple of guilds in the world that raid enough that could even ever potentially win. Let's just say like 4 or 5 or something like that. So like, if those 4 or 5 guilds were like, hey, it'd be great for us if we had 8 bosses of content instead of 7, right? Like, let's all, it doesn't matter what order you kill them in, but the Race to World First, as the community deems it, is going to be like whoever kills these 5 bosses. And yeah, maybe you'd risk some random world 8th guild or something, like going for the last boss instead of killing this other one, but like those guilds, there's
They're not gonna
literally
win,
no way.
yeah.
There's no way. So like, you know, that's what I like. So something like that, but there's no way the top guilds will be like, you know what? You don't have to kill this boss. We're just gonna remove a boss from the Race to World First content this season, and it's about rushing the last boss first. Why would you do that intentionally? As a business case, it's just terrible. Not to mention, fun. It's actually, it'd be hard to believe, but we actually find it really fun to kill bosses and with a bunch of people watching that and stuff like that. You know, like why would you choose not to? Unless it was like unkillable or something.
Yeah, my suspicion is it kind of doesn't really matter too much what, like, even if everybody decided that they didn't want, that it wasn't going to be mandatory to kill it, it's still very likely that the same guild that would kill all 8 first, right? Like, there wouldn't be different guilds that got 8 out of 8 versus killing the last boss first, because like, after you killed the last boss,
I mean, we saw this tier.
Kill this
No.
one, right?
So maybe a piece of information that might be interesting to you is when we have lost a few races or have still been in contention for winning them, there's like a certain amount of time we can be at this facility, and they're like sometimes are rescheduling our flights when this ends, when we lose or win, and like we've killed a boss after losing on the same day, and then they're like, you're flying out tomorrow. Like, we're not changing those flights. So like, if you don't kill this tonight, you're flying home, you don't raid for 2 days from now, and you could potentially lose if it mattered to you, like world second or whatever, because of this. So like, imagine all the race, all the hype is to kill the last boss. They would almost certainly fly us home before we killed that last one, right?
I mean, this is like Race to World First problems. I get it. This is when you have sponsorships and everything, and you're renting out a facility, and you know you're doing all this is all overhead stuff, you know, because they want the Race to World First in a certain time period. But that's kind of a crappy way to put it, because like for the audience that I know this is going to be only 2 weeks long, like and I get the money front, I do, and I understand the sponsorships, and I understand the amount of money that we do to do an additional week or have an unknowing, like, because at the end of the day it's an unknowing variable expense. Like the closer to an expense that is going to be easily identifiable and be like, oh, this is going to cost X amount of dollars. And then you talk about all the income streams that you're getting from the race and things, and you try to equate those plus the labor costs of the team and prize money and stuff like that. So whatever that is, you try to, you know, at best break even, or at worst break even, basically. and then when it comes down to it, hopefully there's a little left over kind of thing. And so I see that, and I see how an additional week of overhead would completely dismantle that kind of system. But also we have to ask, is that fair to the WoW community? Is that what I bring up this so Magnus Carlsen says it's the community of chess players. Is that what they want out of their champion, their chess champion? Is this what the community actually wants? Do we want it to where it is 2 weeks out, basically? Is 2 weeks out from the race world first, knowing that it's going to be cut short no matter what? Because that's really what it comes down to, is that the overhead is not worth this. And then the guilds that aren't putting this together, not playing on land, not getting together, they're actually at a disadvantage, because he said there's a day and a half of travel time wherever these people are from, between it. But is that what the WoW community wants? Do we want that for our champions, the best players in the world? The same thing chess has to do it. And the reason why this is apparent in chess is because they want to know who's the best in the world in a different kind of format of the game, like whether it's rapid or blitz. So that's how it pulls back to chess.
If it was truly decided that one wasn't part of this.
Yeah, but even in that case, like, would that mean nobody has killed it? That would have to be like a butcher situation where it was so hard that like you didn't have a strat. Because it's going to be what, like, it's not the second last boss or anything like that, right? Like, it's in the middle of the raid.
It's in the middle of the raid.
Yeah. So like, presumably, if say it's a 2-week tier like usual, but this is probably a boss that can die on with week 1 gear. So like, if you don't prog it, somebody else probably already will have, and you'll be able to come back with more gear and do it in like 20 pulls or something, even if it's kind of a hard boss, right? Like, say Sprocket was the optional boss, which was very early in the raid for that.
I mean, it's the exact same spot in the raid, technically, as where this boss is. So Sprocket is a great comparison.
Which was also like a generationally hard boss. But say you didn't kill Sprocket week 1, which you didn't. But week 2, you came in at, after Gallywix. How long do you think it would take you to go back and kill Sprocket now that, say, 12 guilds in the world have all done it and you have their videos?
Okay. I think another interesting thing is how many guilds are so preconditioned now to just do the strat and the thing that's been laid out for them. Who's going to be the first guild that doesn't go to the boss that we're on and we have chose to go to and look at our bot and strat and decides to be the guild that's going to problem solve and go to this boss first? Because kind of the first guild that does that outside of the race is the one that's going to waste all the time. Like, it would be fun for you, but objectively you'd take more time than everyone else because you have now entered the problem solving process. So I think I don't know if that matters. It's just a fascinating thing to think about, of like who would actually do that. At what guild rank does it make sense?
It's also reasonably likely that it's just correct to kill this boss, even if it was optional. Like, it would have to be pretty hard to not be worth killing, given that it drops some pretty funny loot. I guess, if the loot doesn't matter this tier, then, maybe not.
That's kind of interesting. This is like an okay, like, segue, just in general, because, like, this is not relatable or matters to anyone who's listening to this as far as, like, how you'd interact with the raid, but, imagine it's a 5th boss that takes 80 to 100 pulls. Like, that's a lot of time. That is, like, you'd lose a day of progression on the end boss. Is potentially one kill of this boss on Mythic going to be worth 80 to 100 progression pulls of the end boss? I can tell you the answer to that is almost certainly no. If you don't need to kill it. But it depends on how hard it is, right? Like, would we try it? Would we do other bosses and wait for someone to be the fact finder of, like, who wants to actually spend an hour to figure out how hard this boss is?
Dude, that would be kind of sick. Like, I'm just thinking about this from my perspective. There's a decent chance if it actually was optional and, like, the race guilds agreed it was optional, which the reason you do that is because, like, you don't trust each other, if Blizzard says it's optional and you don't trust the other guys to not just go for the last boss, right? Like, you're just doing what Blizzard says, right? If they make the achievement to not kill it, for instance, right? Like, presumably you'd be thinking about it, and maybe, if they insist that it's optional, then they kind of can set the tone largely among the guilds. Obviously, you guys could agree differently, but, like, you know, it's pretty easy for one guild to defect from the others and just
I
say
mean-
we're going for what Blizzard says is first, right?
Yeah, I mean, all this is interesting. I just feel like
Yeah.
all it takes is Blizzard making one post
Yeah.
clarifying this obviously very confusing situation. And I mean, like, for example, just like, hey, add the boss to the achievement, and then it's like GG. You know, it's like
Yeah.
it just solves everything. Or at least make it.
But if they want it to be optional, like that's what optional means, is that you don't have to do it, right? So
I'm kind of okay.
See, they're considering, oh well, this should be there. Like, no, it's like Blizzard should, for these achievements, Blizzard needs to say, okay, the entire instance is like, and then if they don't, if Blizzard doesn't say that, then there needs to be a gentleman's agreement between the guilds saying that, you know, that getting all of it down, because clearing the entire thing means something. Clearing half of it and doesn't mean as much. It just doesn't. When you're talking about the race to world first and everything, like, it just doesn't mean as much. Because if it did, then we wouldn't be talking.
The loot totally doesn't make sense, except for the fact that it has like personal looted, probably the most OP item in the raid, I assume, that drops off the boss. So maybe that supports this argument. But like, is there a world where they could really cook here? And like, the race to world first is just straight up 7 bosses, but that other boss is so fucking hard, and like they're not nerfing that shit. Like, it would take us weeks. Like, people are gonna stop watching, and we will have flown home before realistically we were ever going to kill this boss. And they just left it like that. Just why not? You know, like, now it drops regular base high level mythic tier shoulders. Like, none of that supports this argument, you know. But I don't know. I wonder if they could do some. Maybe the.
I mean, he has a point there, but we've already discussed that. Is like, so yeah, they're not going to nerf the optional boss or whatever, you know. But the thing is that really race to world first? Is that really what the player base? Is that what the community wants? And, you know, pull the community. Don't like. I understand that there's sponsors and money behind it. Pull the community, see what they think. You know, because in my opinion, this is supposed to be the most competitive part of the game, and where you throw everything that you possibly can, resources and everything at it. Anything that doesn't fit that model isn't race the world first. It just isn't.
Demon Hunter spec, when this boss dies on Mythic, gets shadow dropped that fucking day.
Oh,
right?
that would be so sick.
That'd be cool
and
as
then,
hell.
and then it just like randomly. I don't know. They could do a lot of stuff, and maybe that's why they're not clarifying. I just got home today, and this is all brand new information for me. I haven't been around for the last 2 days, but like, I'm surprised that Blizzard hasn't had to be like, here's how this is going to work, because it is objectively very confusing.
Dude, even if it was just Sprocket difficulty, if the Race World First guilds weren't doing it, then like a bunch of non-Race World First guilds might decide to just go for World First Sprocket. Like, I'm thinking about it, like, because my guild, we got World 12 Sprocket. We killed it the same week you guys did. We're basically on the same level as you guys, for all intents and purposes. And would we have gone for that instead of walking straight past it to Bandit? Especially if World First is on the line? I don't know, that would be kind of fun. That could be a kind of fun, like, you know.
I guess it depends on the boss. Some bosses are easier to figure out than others, but like, some bosses would be so fun to be the guild figuring it out, because you never get a chance to do that in this game, and that would be really cool. But you're just like, you're just gonna have dissenters within the guild, you know?
Yeah.
Like, hey guys, we have this video, we could get to 20% on this boss in one raid night, that we have a video that they've done all this work for us. Or we could be the one guild that's paving the way on this boss. Do we value our time, or do we value fun?
Yeah, because it almost certainly griefs your world rank at the end of the tier.
Grief for world rank too, yeah, exactly. But you have, because like, yeah, it's probably unsurprising to a lot of people listening to this, killing bosses where you have to figure them out is insanely harder than having to you know, just go up and kill it with a video. So, but it's also the thing that makes us all do this. It's extremely fun. We have a lot more fun than all of you because we get to do this as well. But like, it's not realistic that you ever get a chance. It is I wonder.
I'm so
really
curious
don't
what they're
know.
gonna do.
I'm
yeah.
so curious. I don't understand. I usually understand. I don't understand, which makes me believe a lot of conspiracy.
Imagine if you're a DH and you ever kill this boss, you can't spec the new spec because you betrayed it, right? And so you can only play the new spec.
That'd be the
if you never
dumbest
kill
thing
this
ever.
boss.
I mean, what if you just need to kill this boss on any difficulty to unlock the spec, right? And
That would make
obviously on
much more sense.
LFR or normal, it's just like this easy, so like literally anyone can just join the finder and do it.
I think it's more like how roguelike, how roguelike is this spec going to be? Because obviously it's more than likely it's going to be, I mean, unless they're trying to make a double tank spec, you know, in a class, more than likely it's going to be a DPS dealer. I mean, it could be, and it's probably not going to be. It's probably not going to be ranged. More than likely, it's probably going to be melee. So the question is, you know, what is the closest class is it going to play with, and are those people, you know, like I said, is it going to be like rogue? Is it going to be like situational, where it's like subtlety, where cooldowns have to really line up to be good, or is it going to be assassination, to where they just really have high DPS output most of the time, or is it going to be like outlaw that has like more sustain? You know, is it going to be like that to where, you know, the bursty, it's going to be like Havoc is going to be bursty, and then they'll have more of a sustainable build kind of thing. So it's cool. Or maybe one will, maybe it's too hard to balance M plus and raid DPS between single target, and the tree just doesn't allow for it. And what they're going to do is they're going to make they're basically giving another spec completely, to give them AoE options that don't screw up a raid single target spec, you know, of that both limits it. Because the way I see it, a lot of demon hunters get brought to raid, because they're high DPS, because of the reason why is they're not balanced in plus, and so they can either be broken in raid or they can be broken in plus. And obviously when it comes to just keys in general, being broken early in the season in keys just isn't really the option that they're looking for. It just doesn't make sense. You don't want that. It's easier. The default choice is, well, we're just going to let them do whatever they want in raid then, you know, because we can't figure out the balance of this. And the only reason, the biggest way to do that is, hey, I know what we'll do. We'll just give them an entire new spec and another new DPS thing, to where this spec will be your M plus builds, this spec will be your single target builds with minimal cleave, but basically it's going to be a raid spec versus M plus spec. I think it's most likely that. However, the question is should rogues, should every class act out? Okay. And there's some classes that are balanced and probably don't need it, okay? But then there's other classes like Demon Hunter that are clearly outliers in the damage threshold or the movement threshold or something that they give the raid. You know, they're clearly an outlier, especially in Nuremberg Palace, you know, on Demon Hunter, because as soon as Race the World First was done, you know, a couple weeks later, Demon Hunter was nerfed immediately, and I have a feeling that was just that was to get through the raid and to then push M plus content. That's the biggest thing that makes sense. So.
Or it becomes an aspirational goal. But then they've never done anything like that. You know, that's also just such a huge... They're clearly doing something new here, I think. Unless I guess there is a world where all this optional stuff gets cleared out.
It also
Somehow
makes it
more
easier for
thing,
people. They
and
don't
then
have to
just
figure
announce
things
after
out
the
as
race is
much.
over,
They don't have to
"Hey,
think
guys,
about their
this is
builds
spec
being
coming
bad
out."
or whatever.
Kinda
They can be
did
like,
like
okay,
exactly,
like
'cause there's
Sark
precedent for that, 'cause
spoiled
they've
Og
literally done it.
a little bit. Like Sark had Ebonmite kind of mechanics, and Nezuro was Og themed, the legendary that dropped from Sark, but like it wasn't directly tied to Og. Og just came out afterwards. Yeah.
like it doesn't have to be that cut and dry, but maybe the community is tired of like trying to figure it out, kind of thing. Maybe they just want to all be like brain dead, I guess. So and not have to think. I mean, I think because a lot of people just want to chill and run dungeons, you know, and maybe that's it because they're going to go for the default build anyway. You might as well be like, okay, well this is the default spec, and now you can kind of figure out from there, and then the balancing just becomes easier, which I think is the biggest upside of this, is we don't have to do it. The question is how many other classes are going to get the same treatment, you know, of this, which, you know, there possibly could be a few. So,
You know, it feels like we're overanalyzing this.
Yeah,
but
100.
I
We
do.
are 100.
no, I don't. I think they're underanalyzing it. I don't think they're exploring all the options in that I just said.
It's fun. It's great podcast content, so it doesn't matter. But we are 100% overanalyzing this because we are going off of nothing. Like nothing, and the only thing we do know is that.
Well, yeah, and I'm sure if they kept brainstorming over this, other than having a prompt, and maybe this is the first glance at it, I don't know, but maybe if they sat here and that they would have this, they would have came across this possibly, but that's the first thing that I see that it expands the ability for them to push the class in two different directions, into where, because it's too hard to balance it in one talent tree with the current setup. So that's all I see.
The only information we have is very weird and confusing. So beyond nothing, we're probably tricking ourselves.
I do think it is cool though. Like the idea of an optional hard boss, kind of like a Millennia, would be fucking awesome. But
I think that's one of the less likely things for them to
skeptical.
do, but I agree it would be
Yeah.
super
Would be the
cool.
coolest. Yeah, it would be extremely cool, but extremely unlikely. Also, shadow dropping the spec, unbelievably unlikely.
Yeah.
But because like that's the exact kind of thing. What has their emphasis been this whole expansion? Like, let's get people hyped for these 0.5 and 0.7 patches. That is like they put so much effort into that. Imagine them releasing a spec and it's not that. Like they're totally gonna do that. Also, there's gonna be a third DH spec. That's sick,
Yeah.
right?
what is it gonna
Like,
be?
It looks like, well, I mean, I was looking at its abilities earlier. It just looks like it's gonna be like a melee, just another melee spec.
Like void
does-
themes.
Health
It
Yeah,
needs
just
to be a
like
new tank.
Super
Just make a
void.
second
No,
tank.
there's not gonna give them 2 tank specs.
Why not? Bro, Priest have 2 healer specs.
Dude, no way. I
Yo,
think
that'd
it'll
be
just
sick.
Another melee DPS,
Nah, I
but
think
it does the abilities
apparently
do
uses
look
like 2-handed axe too, right?
I think that was
Hold
a
on,
fake
some
news
shit.
media
That's
post.
fake
Oh,
news.
it was fake
It
news.
uses
God damn
Warblades.
it.
Yeah.
It's just gonna. It has a blink instead of fell rush, which is kind of fun. And then yeah, I don't like. Someone said my stream was like, "Do you think it's gonna be support?" That's like absolutely not. Like
That'd be sick.
There's no way. Like this doesn't even fit the fantasy of Demon Hunter at all. I think Blizzard cares way too much about that for that to be how it ends up. Also, range, like a fully range spec. Also, no. There's a bunch of classes in this game that have multiple melee specs within that class. That's not like an abnormal thing. I imagine that's what they'll do.
I think it needs to be another tank
Health
spec.
warning.
We're due for another tank spec.
I do think that it kind of explains why the if you think about I had this cook. The DH hero talent specs are kind of like blandish, uninspired compared to the field, right? Like compared to the
some new
average
hero talent?
I would say the DH ones are
a new
aggressively
hero
mid.
talent?
Like,
You think they would bring out a new hero talent?
well, they'd have to. If they're making a new spec, they need to like not just make.
Oh,
new-
that's true.
They
How
need
the
to make
fuck would you
two
do
new
that,
ones,
though?
right? And
It's not that they're mid. They're mid. Like, he's not wrong. Like, they're mid because they have to cram it all together into one damage spec. They have to cram this all together and make it work and make it balanced for raid and M+. And they've had to do this for multiple classes. this is the reason why everybody says Demon Hunter class kind of, it didn't ruin the game, but it put the game into a different direction. But it also it's unbalanceable. It solved by adding it. It basically solves or it helps mitigate the design flaws in the entire like in the problem that it brings to the table, like from a foundational point of view, a fundamental point of view, and that's like, and that's huge. It really is. It's really big. So I think it opens up the design space to where the designers are kind of free to. This tank is not doing what it needs to do. So I think it opens up the design space, so which is nice, but it's correcting a problem. When Legion came out like 5-6 years ago, it's fixing a problem for that long. You know, you kind of have to see it that way as well. Is this problem's been there for a very long time, and they're just now pushing this out because, well, giving WoW players new things, new, it just can't happen all the time. Which is understandable. You want to keep the game fresh.
Overlap.
No shot. I don't think so.
Okay, well, how are they going to make a new spec then?
Well, I don't know. But maybe they just give it Eldrazi Reaver and Fellscarred. That also worked. But like the idea that they're going to do a new hero talent, the idea that like, oh, now as a Vengeance Demon Hunter, you've been playing with these two hero talents whole expansion, but now you just lose one of them because we have to create this triangle that we've created with every other spec. I don't think there's any way they've done that. Also, this patch, you're going to have tier sets for specifically those two things. So it would have to be specifically a next patch thing. I just think that's so messy that like you're losing a hero talent, even if there's some that people don't necessarily like and they're like, okay, I can lose that, whatever. I just think that's way too messy.
I think like Fellscarred for Havoc and Eldrazi for Vengeance, even though Eldrazi for Vengeance is good, right now I don't think it's particularly like good gameplay. So, and like if they don't do that, how they have to do something for the hero talent.
Well,
for
they
the new one.
can't do that, right? Because then that means all three of them will have the new hero talent. If you just do what you just said.
No, because you need to take one away from
each one of those, but then the new spec wouldn't be able to have.
I guess the new spec would have.
Right?
Well, okay, so you could leave Eldrazi or Fellscarred to be the Havoc Vengeance overlap one, and then one of them becomes either Havoc or Vengeance plus the new spec.
It's the only way it works.
Another new one that's for the. Well, it's like a triangle, right? So you could.
Yes, they're gonna make two new hero talents.
They have to make. No, they make one.
They only have to make one. So Havoc or Vengeance, one of them doesn't get the new one and has to keep both Fellscarred and Eldrazi Reaver for this to make sense.
Unless you give Havoc and Vengeance the new one, and you give.
And you don't give the new one to the.
That's true. So
ain't no fucking way.
It's almost certainly then going to be, if they either they do some weird stuff or they have to take one of the hero talents away from one of the existing specs. Yeah. So it's we could, by the way, and I think we know this, could all be saying just absolute nonsense for the past like 10 to 15 minutes. Doesn't matter. It's still very interesting and fun to speculate about, and I imagine just great podcast content. That is exactly what podcasts are for, doing exactly that. The best part about this
we're just making shit up.
Anytime you're making shit up like this on a podcast, you are running the risk of, in between us saying these inane sentences and the podcast getting released, Blizzard could just explain this stuff, and this podcast is so stupid. So hopefully, Frank, whenever you're listening to this, get this thing uploaded fast so that we reduce those chances.
Well, I mean, we have inside information, so it's not actually speculation.
Yeah, I got accused of that multiple times today. Of course you know this thing. That was good. There was also the Havoc thing. Okay, we could talk about the tier sets a little bit, but I'm interested in what you guys think of. So they're reworking a few specs, one of which I know Dorky has tried out in Brewmaster, and they said they were going to rework Brewmaster and Unholy, but actually Frost seems to be getting like significantly more like reworking type stuff than
that's
Unholy.
A big one.
And also like I think Shadow looks like it got a bunch of new stuff again. I think MM had a bunch of their stuff moved around. So I don't know exactly which one.
Pro Warrior.
They killed Spellblock. Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty big news.
So we have that to talk about, but also they added a new Empower ability, the second one since Slicing Winds, and it's attached to Breath of Syndragosa. And I haven't been around for the last 2 days to see people like trying this on the PTR, but like I thought that was like literally the best use of Empower that you can possibly make in theory. Like if it ends up being, if people are listening to this, just so before I get my take on it, like what it does is you can empower it to 3 and basically just has a 30-second breath, which is like the most uptime of breath for like just using the ability. You can empower it to 2 and it takes 45 seconds off the CD and it lasts a little, or not.
So anyway, I think this will evokers and the way breath is going to work for melee. I think we have a high probability of seeing that these type of channel abilities. It's not really a channel, but it kind of is, to where you can kind of select the mode, sort of thing. I think that we're going to see this more and more in WoW. I think it's because it's not just a simple finger press. I think the position that Max takes here is actually really good. It's a fair position as well. Saying, and he basically goes on to say that he doesn't like it when you just hit it like a regular button all the time on phase 1, but he also doesn't like it when it's phase 2 or like phase 3 all the time either. Like that. The best thing about abilities like this, I guess we call it more like a dynamic spell casting. The best thing about that is the fact that you need the instance or the encounter, the boss encounter, requires you to use it at different timings and different lengths. And that you, on the fly, have to think about the situation you're in, and on the fly be able to discern for yourself what is the best use for this dynamic button.
As long, but it can line up with like a minute and 15 second. I think they were a minute and 15 rotating recently. And then if you empower it once, it only lasts like 8 seconds, but it takes 75 seconds off the cooldown, so it's like a 45-second CD. And I think this is like, also you can move while empowering it, so it's like not as annoying. I think this is like perfect example. I'm so glad they didn't try to force a bunch of empower abilities in the game, and they waited to do it like pretty well.
Well, they have to stagger it out, because at the end of the day, this either this is the thing, is for the race to roll first, regardless of what's the best in the meta, okay, somebody's going to have to play that, okay? It doesn't really matter. So the play experience doesn't mean anything for them. The thing is somebody playing Frost DK or Undying or Unholy DK, this is the thing, is people that have been playing that for the last 15 years, are they going to enjoy it and stop playing DK because you put this dynamic empower button, and you've basically, and I'm not even saying you've upped the mental capacity of what it takes to play the spec. It's not really that, but is the play style in general going to turn people that play the game solely to play DK? Is it going to turn them away from playing it? Or will they have another, because there's a lot of people out there that just only play DK. Okay, there's just are those people. I don't know what they make up, but how many of those people will stick around and play it? I don't think it's a big move, but I think it's because it's a little bit, in some ways, it's a situational button, but it's not the same rotation every time. It helps in a lot of ways, to balance probably a little bit. I think the balancing is hard, but I think it's manageable from the. I have a feeling the new DK is going to also have an empowered dynamic button on it. I just have a feeling. I think this is the way they're going, because I think I think they're kind of forced to do it this way because of the add-on situation. I think they have to steer away from just hitting one button for logo, and they have to sit here and hold this dynamic button down for a certain amount of time to make the playstyle engaging. It's very similar to Dragonflight flying in general. Like, they have to give you a reason to think about hitting a button all the time and engage, and not just hitting normal flying and just going AFK, and then you fly off the map and fatigue and die, you know? Like there's that. But what Dragonflight flying did is it kept players engaged to where they're playing more, and they're not forgetting, oh, I was playing World of Warcraft, but I went over here and started doing something else. You know, that happened a lot of times, and that's why a lot of people said that flying back when they came out with flying in Wrath of the Lich King, a lot of vanilla players and Burning Crusade players that came through and quit after Lich King said that flying ruined the game, and they're kind of right in their own way. Okay, do they win every argument when they say that? Absolutely not. Did the game get worse? Not really. But at the same point, Dragonflight writing fixes that fundamental issue. The worst thing about it is it came 15 years later. That is the only bad thing about it. So, you know, is this that issue here? I don't know. But, you know, and maybe the game wasn't ready for it. But was this kind of balance necessary for the add-ons to go away to make things still competitive and engaging? Possibly.
Because I hope it plays out well. Maybe you don't even use the spell, but like,
because we have to see that to add on to that, we have to see, because now we know they're going to cut these add-ons, and we're going to go. You have to see that every single decision Blizzard makes, or even hints at, okay, will ultimately go towards the elimination of these add-ons and limiting these add-ons. Okay, every single because they're going to constantly battle this, you know, this add-on game that used to be played for a very significant amount of time. And, you know, when I came back to the game a year and a half ago or so, third season of Dragonflight, basically, when I came, I was shocked that add-ons were still the same as when I left back in MoP. I basically I took a hiatus from the game after MoP, so I was just shocked. I thought, we're still doing this. I thought the game would be more something else, and I was taken back. I wasn't mad about it necessarily. I was just confused that the game hadn't evolved in a decade or so. It wasn't quite a decade, but you know, that was my thing. And then when Dragonflight came out, I was like, well, they fixed the flying thing. That's cool. They got around that. Well, what about that? You know, and then Evoker came out, and I saw this. I go, oh, I could see this like being on a melee character and being kind of like that. So my primary thoughts.
Situations where it would totally make sense to use all three of them in theory, and I really hope it plays out that way. It could be so fun.
100%.
Yeah, so I've played Breath for the past few expansions. I've seen all iterations of it, like the Shadowlands one, where you play for literally 2-minute long breaths, and the more recent iterations where it's like shorter but powerful.
Some have been infinite too.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was literally infinite back in Shadowlands. Like, I remember when I was progging into it, and I was playing Frost DK, and I just had Breath for the entire fight.
Oh.
It's had...
Right, that's the other thing is, you don't want a button on your bar that you never press. You know, you just don't. Nobody wants a button on your bar that you don't press.
It's ebbs and flows, but
Thing.
Okay, that is not my guess. Although this is all speculation because who the fuck knows? But until they clarify it. But
100%.
yeah, so I've played Breath for the past few expansions. I've seen all iterations of it, like the Shadowlands one, where you play for literally 2-minute long breaths, and the more recent iterations where it's like shorter but powerful.
some have been infinite too.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was literally infinite back in Shadowlands. Like, I remember when I was progging into it, I was playing Frost DK, and I just had Breath for the entire fight. So it's had its ebbs and flows, but I would say, I don't know, I have mixed opinions about this whole empowered breath. On one hand, it solves the issue of the class feeling like it's too much of its identity is baked into breath, but on the other hand, it kind of waters down breath.
It's dynamic for a reason. Like, I understand what he's saying, but this makes players have to be better. Okay, overall better. They have to understand. They have to realize and understand the situational. This is a situational button. You know, it's a dynamic button, and it adds play style. It should add play style to the game. Okay. So, you know, but it, and what they're arguing is they don't want to see it to where it's just a 45-second cooldown, that you don't only use the phase 1 all the time or phase 3 all the time. You know, you don't always want it to be a 2-minute cooldown. You know, you want some kind of, you know, even if it is a higher DPS increase, if the Sims, and they'll get into this, if the Sims don't show it, people aren't going to play it, even if it's better, even if it's situational. Like, it's up to the player to figure that out. Again, is like, are we taking the thinking out of the game a little bit? So, you know, and for some people, they're not going to care. For other people, it's going to be the coolest thing ever, because they're going to be like, they're going to hit it on the second phase and not the third phase, and they're going to see their DPS go up, and they're like, huh, well, look at that, you know, and they're going to feel proud, and they're going to feel really good about themselves, you know, because they took control and they did something about it. So
you got some fights like Naimu or whatever in Amir Dasil, where evokers are just in the trenches with their 25-yard range, or this tier even has a lot of fights where evoker range feels very annoying. So it's, yeah, if their plan is to make this balanced by having it be something that they just always think about and design perfectly every fight, that's great. But in addition to limiting their design space, as you mentioned, it's also just something that's very hard to sustain tier over tier, because there's already so many variables that they're trying to balance with these fights.
This game's so hard to tune. It's so hard. It's clearly like fucking like this league, other games that have been out forever.
What I suggest is, it's so hard to tune, but the way this might be going is, it might be going to the fact that you know, this is where every class might have this button eventually, you know, or we might play a tier where everybody has this button, you know, and we have to have these dynamic buttons, and that's just kind of like the new WoW. I don't know if that's going to be it, but we'll see.
Made it so polarizing, right? Like that you're direct,
and then they nerf it, and they take they dumb down the spec.
Yeah, the people feel bad because they have to play it. It's really hard, and they don't like it. You know, all that stuff. But like, I think it's really hard to tell because they're kind of overdoing Frosty K's entire resource economy, and that it just interacts with breath so directly that it's just gonna be so hard to know what breath even feels like to play.
Yeah, and we're gonna live in a
Frosty is
world.
gonna be like basic number spec.
If you're sending a breath 1 or a breath 2, where breath is gonna feel pretty different, because you don't have to, you know, squeeze as hard to get the full 8 seconds of breath. You just have to not turbo through your runic power. Whereas the previous versions of breath, you always wanted every single bit of runic power you could optimize out of it. But with this system where they're capping how long it can last, especially with the 1 and 2 empowers of it, it's going to feel different as well, which, again, maybe it won't feel like breath, where the minigame of making your breath last as long as humanly possible is going to be gone. So that might be a downside if you love that part of old breath, which I can relate to that. But I think this is going to add more cool gameplay than it takes away.
I do think the max rank breath should allow players to last for as long as they can, and the lower level ones should be like, it's not as good to use, but in certain situations you're going to want to use it, right? Like if you're...
So Dorky, basically, he's compensating because he's like, these dynamic buttons should always be used as like for the most part, they should be designed to be used as the 2-minute cooldown version of themselves, which is okay, and probably an easier way to actually balance it out, because that's going to be probably in most cases the strongest iteration of it. So, you know, the issue going forward is that what you want a dynamic button to be? You know, is that what the community wants as well? Or a dynamic kind of thing going forward? You know, especially think if your class had a dynamic button like this, you know, would you just want an extra 2-minute cooldown that could be, you know, something else? So, and people are going to have different ideas on that, you know. So, like, it doesn't make sense on some classes and makes sense on others, you know, depending on kind of what they do. So, and then I get silenced. That's nice.
If you're doing like sticks and you're not gonna make full use of your breath, you're just gonna want mini breaths for every set of ads, for example. Like, I think that would be good design.
I think it's really, really hard for them, and there's a lot of stuff to support this, but like, I bet it's infuriating to try to design breath with it ever being potentially infinite and not knowing exactly
the fun in this ability does not come at the world first level.
Keep it up. And
like, the fun in this ability comes with the mid guy that doesn't necessarily know everything about the game. That he's enjoying the game, he's playing it on a Saturday night, just chilling,
keeping it up for like a
you know,
player,
just running with his homeboys.
To keep it up for like 36.
And, you know, the fun in these dynamic thing is, oh, I figured that out. You know, that's cool. You know, that's where this comes into. You know, in the fact that, oh, when these situations come up to do it, it's the learning of it. It's once you've learned it, it's no longer as fun, you know, because then it just becomes a chore to map it out, you know, exactly, you know, of what it is. Like he said, if you're gonna do this, you know, that obviously if you have ads every 40 seconds, and I have this breath that does this much damage every 40 seconds, I have a high consideration to hit this on the 40-second cooldown. Imagine that, you know. So, but also, you know, if I have a bunch of raiders, you know, maybe I do the 115-second cooldown, so I hit every other thing of ads, you know, because they have their cooldowns and we swap back and forth. So, you know, you start to have these conversations, and those are what the dynamic cooldowns and dynamic buttons really, really mean, is coordination with your team. The problem is that raid leading isn't coordinated on that level until you get to a very, very high level, and that's where they want to push everyone, which we end up talking about that, or they end up talking about it basically in this podcast, and because it's true. So we'll get to it here later.
Like, best RNG ever, you get a couple kicks during it, you can keep it up for 40, versus like the bad player getting 20. I think is like kind of, even though that is what we love about breath, that is what I have loved about breath, that is also the thing that has made it so polarizing, right? Like, that you're directly tying the power of a cooldown to how good you are, which is not, you know, true with basically anything else in the game, besides like Surrender was definitely like that as well. But I mean, I guess everything is kind of like that. If you're good, you're going to do more damage. But like,
yeah, but is it really
to, like,
like
how cooldown feels?
How much? This is the thing, is how much better of a player you are because you notice a trend. You know what I mean? Like, you're hitting the button and be like, hey, you know, as a raid leader, if everyone, and I'm not being a proponent of this necessarily, because I think it needs to be. I don't think all classes should be like that, but at the same time. If everyone has this ability as a raid leader, I know that if everybody has some dynamic ability that they can use and whatever, I can then start calling out these dynamic cooldowns and be like, okay, your dynamic cooldowns happen on this. You do 2, or you do this one on the first one, the 2 minute on the first one, and then these and these. We can kind of take that out. Now, is that giving the player base too much leeway, or is that giving a raid leader that's probably never going to do it that way? Is that giving them too much kind of control? Because what I see in the high level rating is I'm the best raider. Like, people have the idea that I'm the best raider, and you're not going to tell me I'm going to play my class. You're not going to tell me what talents I'm going to play. You're not going to tell me what gear or how to gear or what to do and where to position. That I'm just here, and if you don't like it, you can kick me. That basically at the highest levels in a pug scenario, that is what I see. I really, really do, and I don't like it either. And then what I find out that when you try to group together necessarily is you get into all the scheduling and conflicts and things like that. But you also a big the amount of teamwork and camaraderie basically goes to an all-time low basically at some point. Like, people's ability to listen and things like that, and it really sucks. It existed 15 years ago, but I think it's quite polarizing, and it's evident when I came back a year and a half ago. So I think that's one of the reasons here is, for me as a raid leader, if I need you to save a cooldown or hit your cooldown in a certain place, you know, my raid needs to be open to do such a thing. It's not a bad thing, you know, and it's not about you know, you having the most DPS all the time. It's, I need this DPS right now at this certain moment, and I need you to hold the cooldown. It's not, you know, and I'm not even going to like complain that you're not higher on the meter. I'm just going to complain, like, I'm going to complain when the ads don't die in that phase. That's what I'm going to complain, because I want to know what didn't happen. So, you know, this allows for that dynamic. The thing is everybody's so polarized that they're doing the best they can, but they're not taking input from anyone else that has a lot of raid experience and can help with these things, with these cooldowns and things, and how to basically organize the raid in a way to accomplish these goals and figure out these problems. As I said, problem solving. Like, the player base they're not open to it, you know, and so it's impossible to talk to these people. So the fastest thing I can do is kick and find somebody else that will, you know, like, as a raid leader.
Because, like, if you ever played Breath, you feel fucking amazing when Breath is up, right? You're fucking owning, you're, like, fighting against the clock, and then it's over, and you're like, oh, this is boring, yeah, right? And the worse you are as a player.
That's the other thing, is when these dynamic things are, like, the burst, and then the rest of your rotation, the sustain, you know, you're, like I said, you're kind of dumbing down the cooldown part of it. You're not letting the player, you're letting the player play dynamically, but when the play isn't organically dynamic, you know, to where it's already figured out, then you're going to have your burst spike here, the rest is sustain, and whoever can get that sustain the best is going to have the highest DPS at the end. It's just math at that point.
Player, the more boring time you have, because the less you have it up. So it's like
you got some fights like Naimu or whatever in Amir Vasil, where evokers are just in the trenches with their 25-yard range, or this tier even has a lot of fights where evoker range feels very annoying. So it's, yeah, if their plan is to make this balanced by having it be something that they just always think about and design perfectly every fight, that's great. But in addition to limiting the design space, as you mentioned, it's also just something that's very hard to sustain tier over tier, because there's already so many variables that they're trying to balance.
This game's so hard to do.
They compare this with Gorfine's grip, and then single grip, basically on DK later. They make this claim, but it's very, very true, except for one key difference is Gorfine's grip is a positioning and a status kind of thing, to where it changes the fight, the positioning of the fight so much that it helps the entire raid do instant amount of damage because they're putting them where they want the ads. But the design flaw here is that there has to be, like, you're talking about the devs have to design something specifically that Gorfine's grip is good, you know, and you're assuming that they have a DK just there in the raid or whatever. So, you know, so either grip is either OP or it's not necessary. So it's impossible to balance. However, on the Breath of Cindergrosa part of it, it's not so hard to balance because it's the damage part of it. However, it's the feel of the spec that gives it kind of its pizzazz or want to use it in a good way. And like I said before, it's the kind of figuring that out process that is actually the cool part about it. Also from a raid lead perspective, like I was able to coordinate these cooldowns together to get this effect. You know, before these ads were surviving, and then we rearranged things, and now they're not surviving. So it's like it's a breath of fresh air as a raid leader when all those things come together, and you're able to fix the problem that the raid is having.
Yeah. It's so hard. It's clearly like fucking like this league, other games that have been out forever that have infinite classes and stuff. Like, you're already doing something that's impossible. Why make it that much harder? Just give in, man. Give them a little something.
Yeah, the 2% haste thing is such a pain as well. I had
Are you gonna have grippable ads on every single fight ever where you don't want to sit a DK ever? Are they going at this from the angle of, well, the important bosses will have one, so you want to have one in to get them geared? That doesn't always play out that way, you know?
Especially if it's blood DK, because you don't need to gear them.
No, exactly. You log on an alt blood DK rather than exactly. You're 100% right.
Yeah, part of the reason why the game is so hard to balance is because they create all these problems for themselves, which is why I'm really glad that they're making solutions like removing A-MoP then.
Well, they're making the DK solution by giving it a whole nother spec, so they can split apart the implant. We're really getting into this, like they're splitting up these classes: raid spec and implant spec. Like, and it's already there, but you know it's balanced and stuff. But DK is really bad, and it shows. It shows because of the heavy nerfs that one of the class gets. You know, like, and there's other classes too. So that just take this heavy nerf after, 4 or 5 weeks, and it's okay to be that. It's just, it's just noticeable by probably, by myself and some other people, I'm sure.
Or removing spell block. I do think the game has gotten extremely bloated over the years, and for them to take the stance of like, okay, these have been
assuming that change sticks, this tells me that spell block is going to be not utilized much, which I don't think will be the case. Sure, but last time usually when they take a tank's biggest high point, which is spell block, when they hit that mark is when the tank kind of falls off, or they have other plans to make the tank bigger and better, to where an item basically synergizes so well with a talent tree that it basically mitigates the same amount of damage. So it might be playable, but we'll see. We won't know until the final comes out, and then
that's the appropriate response.
So, and then the feel of it.
So sad about, right? Like, it makes sense, because if you give classes all these cool abilities, like if you give them A-bomb, if you give them spell block, it's like, wow, this is really nice to have, but when you take it away, obviously it's going to feel bad. But I think it's a necessary evil, especially with the whole spell block situation, which we can talk about in a second.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, let's just go into that. That's another class change adjacent thing. What do you guys think about?
Yeah, so
go ahead.
The dev note was not what I wanted to hear. They said they removed it because it required too much specialized knowledge, which is bro, I mean, that's kind of why you play the game, right? I mean, can't you say the same about AMS or that monk ability called diffuse magic, and same with just like many other abilities, right? Yeah, like you don't know exactly what you can. Yeah, or like shadow meld. Hey, that's another topic we'll talk about later too. Like we don't know that it's intended that you can shadow meld this one boss mechanic and just make it not do anything. But it is what it is, right? So I would say it's good that spell block got removed because spell block made Prot Warrior way too binary. The class was either unkillable if you block the damage, like if there's blockable spells or blockable physical attacks, you literally took 0 damage. But outside of that, if there's like dot damage or bleed damage or constant magic damage that just like is AoE and can't be spell blocked, you were fucked. You had nothing you could have done as a Prot Warrior. So for them to remove spell block, and I mean that would require them to do something different, right? Like they would have to either readjust the Prot Warrior to actually be able to survive these types of encounters without spell block, or they would have to change the encounters to be suitable to a warrior without spell block.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's true.
Fair...
And that's true. Like warrior, they basically, but they're doing the same thing. They made warrior really good at single target DPS early, and then they try to tone it back to be viable and M+ with multiple, with multiple target, and it just didn't carry over, which is fine because it gives somebody else another tank class the ability to shine. Okay, and he's complaining, why isn't warrior like equal basically? And I'm okay with the rotation. I really am. So, my favorite tanking spec, it wasn't viable this season. So it was, but it's not what I want, to play. And so I think we all have to kind of roll with the punches there, a little bit, and kind of go with that, and we don't always get, what we want basically. But, for if you're really into raid and you wanted to be, a damage dealer on single target, raid bosses, this was the perfect patch for you. You're going to fit that niche very, very well, because one tank has to do it. It's just kind of the way it is, and that kind of stuff. So,
okay, that is not my guess. Although this is all speculation because who the fuck knows? But until they clarify it. But that is so strange.
I do agree towards the end of the season that everything should kind of balance out and be very... It should be very similar. Like similar play style, similar feel. But I think at the beginning of the season and the mid-season, I think there needs to be stark differences, basically.
I mean, that's... To be clear, that's never happened before. So they would just do that out of nowhere, right?
Yeah, I will say this is an extremely ambitious patch because they're doing a lot of reworks, and the whole tier sets too. There's gonna be a lot of balancing required, and they only have maybe like 2 months from now. So I am a little bit worried about how much they can get done in that time.
Yeah, this patch does seem huge, right? Like I think. It's because the last time we had I think we learned earlier, usually, tell me if I'm wrong, when we get PTRs, aren't they normally a little less fleshed out? I remember when we got the PTR for this current season that we're in, it took 3 or 4 weeks for the raid journal to make any sense. The bosses were not even fully, maybe it's a Christmas break diff, because they actually take time off, which totally makes sense why it'd be less, but we got that PTR and it was so much less complete. This time it came out, the bosses all as far as I can tell, I haven't deep dove it yet. They make sense. The loot looks like it's fully created and not placeholder shit. And I don't know. It seems like we're 3 weeks farther in the PTR cycle, dev cycle, by the time this released than I'm used to, right? Which kind of implies that it's more ready. But that wouldn't be true with. But maybe that's why they were so ambitious. Maybe they were ahead, so they felt like, yo, we can have extra time to cook. We were just going to do Unholy DK and this, which is why it's in the WoWcast, but we actually ended up having a lot more time to work on some other stuff, which would be a good thing, but you're right. If they bit off more than they could chew, you could feel that at the beginning of the season, right?
Yeah, there's some drastic changes, and if they don't get the balancing right, we're gonna have the first few weeks of some pretty terribly balanced encounters or classes.
Do you guys want to do... Although, I will say, I feel like that is a fear that I express every single patch, and I don't know if that ever ends up actually being realized. I think it has been.
I mean, this patch, the balancing went away with, as soon as they flubbed the two-hander release, they gave us extra shard, basically, and then people could make their two-handers for monk. That was the obvious point that monk was like OP, but they weren't like, they were just the top single target DPS basically at the patch. They're not like anything insane, anything like that. But they, as soon as they got that staff, they got that two-handed weapon. It's like it really showed on week 2, basically. Now, this kind of goes back to a previous comment: is we don't, us as the community, do we really want things like that to really affect race world first and things like that? Like, that's kind of a big drop, kind of thing. Like, so what we don't want is that, like I said earlier, we don't want the viability of a group of people to get the raid done within a certain time frame of 2 weeks, or we start doing, and if it doesn't look like that, then we're going to drop like extra sparks and extra, like, I don't think as a community we want that. And if we do want that as a community, then this needs to be pulled, kind of thing. And if the community actually wants that's fine. Like, and do I think that necessarily happen? No. Could it happen? Yes. If that's the end game goal, is to take the viewership within 2 weeks, cram world first into 2 weeks, no matter what. If that's the goal, say that's the goal. Don't try to. I just don't want to be lied to. I don't want to be spun something different. It'd be like, okay, well, we're gonna tune this to win in 2 weeks is 2 weeks, because it's bad. It shouldn't be like that. So, and it really comes down to does the community want that? And I feel like people kind of forget like these things that happen, and when we start thinking like this, they forget the key points of, okay, well, they didn't buff it necessarily. They just gave them more sparks to up their damage by, I don't know, X amount percent. That turned into that without of it, they wouldn't have been able to kill that boss till the 3rd week, and then the major nerfs that came out immediately, which I'm sure they might have been overtuned. But were they overtuned for week 2, or were they overtuned for week 3? Because I mean, the Mugsy nerfs were substantial. I think the health pool alone was 10-15%, at the end of it. So, and then obviously the last boss, Gallywix, obviously that seemed to be a little bit easier on the world stage. So, but, and I understand that. So, but we have to have a consensus in the community. Is this what we want? Do we want the world first to be condensed into 2 weeks and that's what we get? Or do we want these players, if they can't get it in 2 weeks and they're not willing to sponsor and stuff like this, are we willing to watch something that's less professional going on without the land, without them together, things like that? Does it take away any of the meaning, and does it actually put them at a disadvantage from doing such things? So I think we have to answer that each individually. Definitely leave a comment below if whatever you believe. So
in the 0.5 and 0.7s, those have definitely, even to Blizzard's own admission, has been like underprepared. But like I feel like major patches, it's usually like this thing's gonna be so OP and this thing sucks, and like it ends up usually all just being whatever, at least in raid.
I find that how much we worry about balance based on these sorts of things doesn't seem to correlate all that much with how good the balance actually is. Like
in Mythic Plus, it is.
Yeah.
Like in Mythic, but like we all know the Mythic Plus issue. Like Mythic Plus, you being average should be fine, but it means you take 40 minutes to get invited instead of instantly, so it objectively makes your game experience worse. Like anytime Mythic Clusters complain about balance, they're valid because that's just like it's just built.
well, because how many more Mythic Plus, like, you know, how many times did they kill a raid boss or pull attempts on a raid boss versus how many times they've pulled a Mythic Plus encounter, you know, and run a Mythic Plus dungeon. The other thing is that it's not like we're strategically reusing Mythic Plus year in, year out. So, you know, obviously people are going to have you know, long-formed experiences with these dungeons to where people are going to already know tank pathing and things like this. So it's not like that's going to be inherently true, basically, no matter what. That the only thing that really holds M Plus back is the ability to get into M Plus quickly. So, you know, it's inherently true. So, but it's also why it's harder to fix those problems because it's not the content itself. Because it's infinitely scaling, there's a scale for you to play at your skill level. You know, so it's not where it's what skill level do you fit in rather than you know, you can get one. You can get at the high level, but you can't. It's hard to push content at a certain level, especially as a class. Maybe, you know, that's not meta.
For you to feel terrible, but I feel like in raid, it's always fine.
yeah, you know, the things that are not fine are a lot less of a big deal in raid than they are in M Plus as well. Like relatively bad raid balance is usually still totally. It doesn't grief as many people's experience as relatively bad M Plus balance does.
Mm-hmm.
Because nobody's pushing the content. There's more people pushing the M Plus content rather than the raid content. So it's just kind of a natural truth of the game, you know. And if it was vice versa, you'd see you would start to see the other trends pop up. So it's not a good or a bad thing. It's just the way it is. There's more people. I'm guessing more people run M Plus every week than they do the raid. They can just, you know. And I'm sure the data supports that heavily. So.
Before we move on to tier sets, because we already kind of talked about like Breath of Negosa, what do you guys think about the DK raid buff?
Oh yeah.
Like dissertation.
Oh yeah, that's exactly the whole M Plus raid situation.
Before we give takes on that, I just want to, for anyone who hasn't read the notes that listens to us, what they did is they removed A-Bomb's Limb with the stated goal of A-Bomb's Limb was so OP that it made single grip way like less impactful, and it made us intentionally made mobs that would be grippable immune. So they just straight up removed A-Bomb's Limb. They kind of reworked it for Unholy to be like an AoE army option, which is kind of fun, but like generally it's just gone from the gripping thing that you know. Which alone, by the way, kind of sad. It's a really sick ability. But they said like, oh well, this will be a way for us to do that. It's gives DK. We'll now design fights with more single grippable stuff being relevant. And then we'll certainly have to discuss that because there's a lot of issues with that. And then they also addressed AMZ. They were like, the absorb thing didn't seem to make any sense. We're bringing it back to what it was originally with like a 2-minute, it used to be a 2-minute 20% DR. They nerfed it to 4 minutes with a 15% DR, but then they added a talent, which you'll almost certainly take. That makes it a 3-minute cooldown, 15% DR, which is still very good. That is like way in raid, specifically raid. I think this is probably a Mythic Plus nerf in a lot of scenarios to what it used to be because of the reduced amount of players. But in raid, this is like it's easily the best like utility, the raid damage defensive utility that any non-healer brings, without question. But it's certainly a lot worse than it was before. But before it was like the best ability in the game. So like I don't know, like it probably needed to be nerfed from what it was before. But I don't know. You guys can either go in either direction, either AMZ or grip. I know I have a lot of thoughts, but I'm interested to hear what you guys think.
So first of all, they doubled down on DK's not getting a raid buff.
Which, you know, I don't know. It's like if you play DK, then you're going to have, you know, a big issue with them not getting a raid buff. You know, especially who knows, you know, who knows what the new DH spec is going to be like. So you know, there's a lot of.
I think that's like the biggest takeaway from this. They essentially made grip as a raid buff. It's like, okay, well, the whole idea behind removing A-bomb limb and nerfing AMZ, well, I guess buffing AMZ in raid is to make it so that, like, all right, now you're gonna want a DK specifically for grips, and they can actually make grips impactful, which makes sense. Like, all of it actually makes sense, and they said it was gonna happen in this new raid coming up. Like, it's gonna be noticeable in a lot of fights. I would say that's for the most part a good thing. Again, it's one of those things where it sucks for M+. A-bomb limb was useful in M+, and DKs still don't have the raid buff. AMZ is getting nerfed in M+.
I didn't even think about the Mythic Plus angle.
Yeah, they're straight up just losing in M+, while not getting a raid buff, and that sucks really bad.
I mean, that's the design. Like, this is the design flaw of Blood DK for all time. Blood DK has always been single target tanking, very, very good because it relies on heavy parry and dodge, and you know their damage mitigation comes from, you know, kind of similar to like a Brewmaster, where they're gonna heal through things, self heal, and then they're gonna parry the rest. Basically, you know, the one thing that they lack is a shield and then straight mitigation. This is just the way it is, and they're great for encounters that do cheat deaths because they get a cheat death, you know. But all tanks now have that because the design space allows for it. So when we go back to an add-on free kind of game in a year and a half or so, it'll be interesting if these the old design specs that have been tossed away come back to where DK can actually do what it's meant to do, rather than everybody gets cheat death. Do I think it's going to be that way? Probably not. But you know, by bringing back that old design space, you probably bring back some other problems, you know, in general with probably with the community in general and how the game should function on a basic level. So, but the complaint here is that Blood DK isn't viable at high keys, basically. And the two tanks are easily the ability for basically Druid. Oh, this guy quit. The problem with there's basically three tanks that are viable at the top usually, maybe two, and those tanks don't get hit, don't get picked, then your key is doomed, basically, you know, for progressing keys. Anyway, that's their biggest issue here.
Bad, but I mean, I guess it is what it is, right? They've already doubled down on the whole they're not getting a raid buff situation.
I didn't even think about that in Mythic Plus, because like, yeah, they're like AMZ is like objectively nerfed in Mythic Plus, right? I'm pretty sure.
I think when you talk about big spanning raid buffs, though, you end up talking about the nerfing of, like, where's that going to come from? So I think we talk about, like, if you talk about all these raid buffs as a currency kind of thing, and like you only get a certain amount of currency, and the raid buff, and basically the raid buffs out there are just kind of a blatant amount of currency. Okay, Well, what kind of stat bonus are you going to give people, and where is that going to come from? And what is that not going to make? Like, what are you going to do? Give a mastery buff, like, off of you already have it with shaman. You just going to give straight crit, like, because eventually it just becomes stat overload altogether, and so you bring DKs to fit a certain thing. DK's design, like I said, is very polarizing anyway because it doesn't do the traditional tank role, which is why it's cool, but it's also why when it's really, really good in OP, it stands out very, very well. So we get those instances because of the differences, So
Most times you popped AMZ and Mythic Plus, it did not get fully absorbed, or at least got most of the way.
It's very rare. Yeah.
So Mythic Plus is just objectively worse AMZ, and they lose A-Bomb's limit. It's just a huge Mythic Plus, in quotes, raid buff thing. But Dratnos, what about the actual raid buff side of things?
Yeah, so I mean, you could design fights such that Death Grip is good. It's tough for me. Like, the thing that I'm a little bit worried about now is Blood DK versus Unholy and Frost. Because Blood DK still has Gorfien's Grip, like Mass Grip, and Blood DK has a shorter cooldown, longer range single grip. So it's really hard for me to imagine you designing a fight where Death Grip is important, but Blood DK isn't way better at doing the Death Grip jobs on that fight than Unholy and Frost. So that's something I'm looking at. It is definitely going to be good, though, if they actually make things that would be grippable. I think, to me, the most egregious example from Liberation of Undermine is Muggsy, the Rocketeers. Those things not being grippable is just, like, such a question mark to me. And that one you can't even explain with, like, oh, A-Bomb Limb would trivialize this. There's only one of them out at a time. Like, A-Bomb Limb would literally be worse than Death Grip at controlling those things. So, yeah, hopefully that...
Right. So you get into the argument here is you have said a boss. Oh yeah, I leveled up. You have said boss that you could have designed it around, and you chose not to. And the thing is you would know that in heroic, so you wouldn't even. You'd be like, is it even worth like bringing a DK at that point? Now, all the DK only players obviously frown and sad face at this, but everybody else just is like, because their survivability, they bring other things to the table that validate why they're in the raid. The thing is when you get into a Naruba Palace type of deal, like the DH was top single target DPS by a lot, and you get into that, and then you get into like this issue with the DK, and you don't get it. Like, why did what are the differences between the Naruba Palace DH and the Unholy or Frost DPS DK this patch? What is the big difference? It's not fight design, because they're all really single target. Okay, so what is, and I'm going to say it goes back to the original idea here of that them expanding the DH specs is going to be kind of a good thing here. So it's just too hard to balance. They're figuring it out, and DKs might be on the same chopping block. They might be at the same place to where they start changing trees ostensibly.
That philosophy switch is good. I could see that being good for Death Knights in raid. I think it's likely that we're going to move to Blood DK being a default tank option and still not seeing default DPS DKs in raid. But obviously that is pending tuning, right? Like, DK always gets a spot if the tuning is good. So I don't think that this is necessarily going to accomplish the thing they want of making DK have a good spot that is likely to happen every tier without good tuning. I think they just need to give it a raid buff for that. So I really think they should still give it a raid buff. I think it's not too late.
I thought they did. When I first read the thing, I saw this massive paragraph talking about, like, I saw the words AMZ, I saw the words grip, and I'm like, and then the very first thing it says before the dev note paragraph is new talent increases haste by 2%.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, they get it. They gave.
So they're either, this makes me think they're playing with us. They're actually getting a buff. Now, what that buff will be, who knows? or they actually just don't think it'll happen, which is either way is okay. So for me.
They gave DK a 2% raid-wide haste buff. They finally saw the light. And then randomly, it's only for them. And it just randomly, they put it at the very top right above the dev note, which was so confusing.
Yeah.
So if they want a solution to their problems, Blizzard, just make that raid-wide, GG, it's over, and you fixed it, right?
Yeah.
It also would be good for Mythic Plus as well. But you hit the nail on the head. Part of my job is to, if there's a boss that requires grips, it is my job to.
I mean, again, you know, everybody gets 2% haste. Basically, it's an entire class rework for everybody. It affects everybody and not just DKs. So, and haste is so important to make caps. All of a sudden, you bring a DK, so you don't have to hit cap, haste cap, basically. Because you got a DK, so you can effectively on your curve, you know, the effective amount of haste, because you know you're going to grab it from this, and the 2% raid buff from this is going to be more than this, which is, it's a math thing, but it can't be straight haste then probably, okay? Because haste is the way haste is designed in the game. Doesn't flow into that kind of gameplay. It just doesn't make sense to give them a haste buff. That's what happened. That's why they rolled it back. It has to be something different, but we're limited, and we're limited on just secondary stats, so it has to do something else. You know, like some evoker buff. But like you guys pointed out, the evoker buff doesn't really matter. You bring them for other utility. You don't even bring it for the raid buff. So
solve the most efficient way to do that, and I'll tell you right now, the very first way we are going to approach any of that is, can we play 2 blood DKs? No question. It used to be that their AMZ was better for some reason. I'm glad that's no longer a thing anymore. But
the AMZ not being as good is just kind of a thing. Magic damage, or the overall magic damage and the healing output was off. Basically, it was a balance issue.
I actually think with this change, they have actually, in a way, they have increased the gap that has existed between DPS DK and tank DK, which was already a big problem. There was the problem of you didn't want to DK at all. That was a problem as well. But within that, if you play DK, you know, it's like, why wouldn't we just bring a blood DK? They're just twice as good at this, right? You haven't even seen Gorfine's Grasp outside of 2 bosses in the last couple years be used mass grip, because A-Bomb's Limb is the single solution to anytime anything needs to get gripped. It was such a good button, but they both had it. So when we played, I went back and looked. When we played DK DPS a few times, it was because you just needed 1 A-Bombs, or you needed a certain amount of A-Bombs, and that came from both roles. So you could just bring a DK DPS at the same time as you brought a DK tank. Now with A-Bombs removed, and it's about single grip, which is fine, right? But Blood DK single grip is, I think, almost, you could argue, twice as good as DK DPS single grip. So there, right away, you have the enhanced problem, which you solved, by the way. Why did Shamans get a raid buff? Well, there was a Shaman every single time. So they do have a raid buff, right? No, only Enhance had it for years. So what did they do? They gave them, was it called Sky Fury, right? A crazy good raid buff that is really good. Okay, cool, you solved the problem. Now you can bring any Shaman. Great. How is that not being applied to Death Knights, right? Like, the thing you were stating to bring them to the raid for is way better. Now, and they're also running into another issue where they kind of have an Evoker raid buff. And what I mean by that,
I think it's what raid buff they're going to give them, because it can't be haste. I think haste is off limits there. It's the same problem we had this raid with PI. You know, we had the same issue, and because we have the same issue, like what are they? You know, what are they going to do? They've clearly it's off limits. You know, we just can't do it. So, and for good reason. You know, at least I think good reason anyway, because it just makes sense from a stat point of view, like a math point of view. But does it suck that you can't bring a DK all the time? Yeah, it does. But it also makes, DK doesn't have to be awesome like every single patch. It just doesn't. So.
Is Evokers do have a hour-long raid buff that applies to everyone, Blessing of the Bronze, but that is not, in my opinion, that is not the reason that at least I would ever bring an Evoker. All of the reasons, and you do still bring an Evoker, because it turns out all the utility they have is very, very strong, and having at least one of them, but then interestingly enough, where you can't bring 2 mages and get double the Arcade Intellect, the reason you bring an Evoker is stackable. So you can bring multiple Time Dials, multiple Renewing Blazes, multiple Zephyrs, and Time Spirals, and all this shit, right? DKs are now like that. So if grips are really good, you can now add a second DK, and you get basically double the raid buff value. You get the second AMZ. Like most of DK's power, or all of it, is coming in things that you can bring multiple of, right? And I find that to be an interesting solution. It kind of works for Evokers, right? Evokers are a proven model that like you can solve a raid buff issue by not having to give them an hour.
Yeah, but to solve that issue, you give them max utility. And not only that, not only max utility, but you give them.
What do you require?
This is the thing that doesn't. It makes sense, but like, okay, so you make Evokers basically a more tankier mage for physical damage. You give them more tank. You give them a raid buff that doesn't mean anything. You make them viable DPS wise. AUG. We're not even going to talk about AUG. Okay, we're just going to talk about. We're going to talk about devastation. So we'll talk about that and preservation. You give them mass utility. You put them on like second on stacking fights. They're like number 1 by far. And devastation it's just good. And then you give them crap raid buff that really doesn't do much. You give them all the utility, and then all like more survivability than their counterpart that would be a mage. That otherwise all else equal would have been a mage position. Like, you gave them all the tools to fit the encounter. In Princess Caveza, when they brought 4 or 6 of them to get through that, because the rescues to put everybody back geometrically back into place was necessary, and it's not a bad thing to figure that out. That's cool. The problem is why did you make a class that fits all this stuff with mass utility, and then you've already solved the DK issue. You give them some crap raid buff that setifies these, and then you give them ultimate utility. You turn them into less of what, but that wasn't the class design of DK. DK was class designed to be solo leveling, and like they're the solitary leveler that you never have to gear, you never have to worry. They have cheat death. After cheat death, they have healing. They're gonna heal themselves as long as they don't get like super one shot. They're fine. So So you're battling with the basic design of the class, and I see it, and that's fine. It's frustrating to hear. It's frustrating to hear these conversations, and then these conversations not go to the basic design of what DK was and still is, and what they're trying to do. That all they could do is give it some raid buff that doesn't matter, because any relevant raid buff, is not going to do it. What raid buff you want to give them? A primary stat, which is not. It's just a stat stick at that point. So I don't think that's the solution. But as we come up with more classes, the class you just came out with, is basically just that. So it's it's frustrating, to watch. So a little bit. So, and I understand the frustration with the commentators as well. So it's not their fault. It's just, and it maybe they've considered that to a point that it's no longer worth talking about. But I think that's really the issue. I think there's no actual world or raid buff that you could give it to make it like
Hour long
feasible
thing, even though they literally have one.
without
it's just not
destroying
bring
the
them.
integrity.
But it's really hard
of
to
its
do that. I
stats,
just think I think they're making
natural
their job
character
so much
design.
harder than it needs to be, for the reason of, well, we don't have to solve this nuanced raid buff problem with something like an hour long raid buff. It's like you don't, but like you really should, because it just fucking removes the issue. Now that being said, let's say they did that right now. Let's say DK's Blood, Frost, Unholy, they give a 2% haste buff to everyone in the raid. Okay, you still would rather have that person be a Blood DK, right? I don't know how
Yeah.
they solve that problem, because like,
well, not necessarily, right? Like, what if it's like Vistir, for example, where Blood Decay is just not as good as the other tanks?
I mean, okay, but you have to remove tuning them, right? Like, you have to remove the argument of tuning, because then you could
Sure,
say, like,
sure,
well,
okay,
why
yeah.
does it matter if Blood DK is better at this? Because Frost and Unholy are super crazy and Blood sucks. So it's like, yeah, okay, but isn't the whole reason we've gotten to this point?
Well, I mean, actually, can we say that for the rest of the classes too? Like, why would you ever bring a Red Paladin if Holy Paladin and Prot Paladin are generally better brought? Because, like, you know, Prot Paladin does have
Prot Paladin has
spell warding, and
yeah.
And that's part of the reason
like,
why
just,
you
like,
do see Prot Paladins much more than...
That's mainly
than
just a
Pallies
Prot
in
Paladin
plays.
thing, yeah. Because, like, you could argue
but
that
I mean, that's
Holy
kind of the same with
Paladins
Blood
bring
DK as
Aura
well.
Mastery, but, like, another healer also that you would replace them with also has, like, a Aura Mastery type thing. But, you know, you're right. I mean, there's other imbalances, but not... If they're going to make grips, they specifically mentioned single grip. We want to make single grip important.
Right.
Bro, a single Blood DK, if that is why you want to bring them, is arguably worth 2 DPS.
Yeah, but what you hear from warriors is if they get single grip, warrior should get single grip, like, or bear should get single grip, because their biggest, you know, one of their biggest flaws is to bring casters in, you know, because they don't have a range interrupt, you know, so, you know, they kind of do, but that's also why those classes are kind of fun to play, you know, because they obviously mitigate damage in other ways, you know.
DKs. And that's not even including the fact that they can mass grip, which, again, if you guys play at a high level, you'll know a lot of times you don't actually even play mass grip, even when you want to bring a Blood DK, mostly because A-bombs exist. With A-bombs removed, mass grip infinitely gains value, by the way. It is going to be significantly better, even if if they're making single grip so important. It's a panic single grip every minute and a half, which has value alone, not even gripping a bunch of things. So, I mean, it's like arguably better than 2 DPS DKs as far as that is concerned. Tuning aside, right? But we want to get away from the tuning aside thing. Like, I don't know, and I don't really know how they solve it. Do you nerf Blood DK? Like, Blood DK grip, is that the solution? Probably not, right?
I think
like,
you should at least make DPS DKs have the same grip, length, and CD as tank DK.
I can already see next week's PTR development notes. Blood DK grip increased to 30-second cooldown, and
yeah, I think that's
they are not going to be happy about.
I don't think shortening the cooldown, unless it's like very, like, in plus, we'll see the change, like, be good, but, you know, in raid it's not gonna mean much, you know. So that's the way I see it anyway.
About it.
I think that's a bad change. Like, I imagine this is a PvP issue. Something tells me that, like, DPS DKs having a shorter grip in threes is just like.
Oh yeah, that'd be broken as hell. 15-second cooldown.
Okay, you just nerf their damage in half, and then give them a hero talent that doubles their damage but makes their grip nerfed. Bang.
They're happy.
PvP talent.
Yeah. Like, we don't. This is a nuance.
Yeah, Dratnos is probably on the right thing. Is you're gonna have to, if you buff it, you're gonna have to, like, if you buff it, you're gonna have to out engineer it. Okay, you're either going to make it really, really good with some kind of drawback, or you're going to make it really, really, like, mediocre with some kind of minimal buff. Like, maybe grip needs to be, like, maybe grip needs to put a debuff on things. Not, like, damage necessarily, but, like, maybe grip needs to slow after grips. Maybe grip needs to put some debuff on something. Maybe grip needs to, like, there needs to be something else on grip, you know, like as an AoE cooldown. And maybe it's a 3 to where, but the other thing is, if the grip itself isn't useful, then why is it on the bar? And the whatever else it did You know, it could be a buff to the raid. Like you could say, okay, well, all these you do mass grip, and then every ally within that also gets, I don't know, armor or something, which is a horrible thing. But or maybe they get movement speed, or get you know, maybe you turn that could work, you know, because one of their downsides is movement speed, right? So, and we already have a lot of movement speed stuff like mass things, but DK could use it. Like you're going to have some kind of AOE kind of thing, or I mean, I guess in a perfect world it could silence, which would suck. Like on a, you know, it would make them viable, kind of like Boomkin, you know, or DH right now with the sigils, things like that. So you play into that meta kind of thing, which kind of sucks. It's not amazing. I don't think they necessarily want to go with that, but that's a viable thing. You're just going to have to out engineer it, because just making it a stat stick is not going to work.
It's a problem. It requires a nuanced solution. Like, because even if you give them the default raid buff, right, it's still, blood is just so much better. Not to mention that if you're talking raid specifically, which we mentioned the Mythic Plus issues, blood is a historically amazing raid tank. They're just great at raid tank, and they got even better today with warriors losing spell block. So they're like, you know, that's something that, and everyone plays one too. So you you just slot that in and it's easy. And I think that's just going to be the solution. Barring
Okay,
tuning.
so warriors
I
lost
just
spell
wish
block, not
give
paladin. Okay,
DPS
so
DK's mass grip.
we'll just see how much
It's weird
spell
because,
damage
mass
comes
grip,
through.
they'd have to put it in the class tree, or they'd have
So-
to make it baseline because.
Okay, what about this? What if tank Blood DK keeps their short grip, but they lose mass grip, and DK DPS gets mass grip?
See, I still think the best thing here is to make not only grip, but if it does grip, like for instance, like if grip hits an enemy, it puts some kind of debuff or slow on it or whatever. And then if it doesn't hit an enemy and just hits the raid, it or more than one enemy or something like that, because obviously you're not trying to mass grip one enemy. It puts like some buff, you know, some kind of protection, something like on the raid or something. Like you treat it like that. Now the question is what, you know, like does it increase everybody's parry? Does it increase everybody's dodge, which is just OP a lot? But it'd be cool. Does it work like I forget whatever the riff thing is. Is it I forget, DHs do it. You have a 15% chance to take no damage, nightmare or darkness. That's what it's called, darkness. But
Yeah.
like, there could be some marginal ability.
Dorky,
you know?
you're fucking cooking.
That would be
You're
amazing for
actually-
M plus too. Like imagine your DK DPS having mass grip. That is like so valuable.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue. I would argue in even. By the way, they're not going to do this, but like, I would argue in even most raid situations, like having a shorter single grip, if that's what they're focusing on, versus having mass grip at all, would most likely cancel each other out. Like you'd find scenarios for both.
Yeah, they'd be about the same.
That would actually low key fix this, but that would just be so strange.
It would also be cool if mass grip like gave you an obliterate, like everybody, like if you could imagine, like everybody using this thing as an offensive ability and a defensive ability. So the offensive ability is the grip, okay? The defensive part of this is like everybody gets not extraction button, but everybody gets on their next hit, spell hit, whatever, is they get an obliterate to where they heal themselves, you know? Maybe that's it. So you can time this thing to where heavy damage is coming out. There's nothing to grip, but there is something where you just put this on the entire raid or half the raid, and then all of a sudden you see like a 10% heal basically on all of it. So it's kind of like it's a self heal but it's applied through that. And then what you could do, I could see that being tunable. I can see that being reverse engineered a little bit. Like I see that place that could be a starting point for an idea. I think that's a good place to go
That
with
specifically
Yeah.
is the fix. Like, oh, by the way, blood DK, you get this. Like, it would just feel bad to be a blood DK. I also think this like nerfs just DKs versus other people. Certainly in Mythic Plus, but also in Raid. Like, those A-bombs was so cool and totally broken. And
Also
the reality
fucking
is,
annoying too. The amount of times A-bomb limit has griefed over all these years is like way too high.
We have in
It's
the
such
dungeon
a grief
pool right
ability.
now the brew boss in Cinder Brew. First time you go in there on a DK and you hit A-bomb limb and just grip the droplets into the boss. That's an event that every DK has done exactly once.
Atlas fucking fat-fingered A-bombs.
I remember that.
On our,
Ansarek.
on our fucking Ashara, fucking Ansarek frog. It was like an hour before we killed it, and we were on our best pull ever, and he fucking A-bombed
I
on
remember that
accident
video.
for the first time ever in that phase, and fucking killed us by gripping us.
It does no fucking damage too. It's just one of those
He literally
things that's
dragged it off
muscle
his bar.
memory. Yeah.
Yep. I remember Rygalon as well. You'd press it and just grief the raid. Yeah. Good times. I agree. It's kind of sad to see it go, although I do think the power that it brought was... It is just hard to design things to be grippable and not make A-bomb limbs super broken against them, so I think taking it away is probably good for, like, making the fights easier to design and balance.
Yeah,
But-
that's yet to be seen.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
I think theoretically, I think you're right. Like, so another way they could do this, and I don't think this is a problem for the future because they'd forget about this eventually, but they could design it this tier to where single grip is good, and they mentioned like we don't need a million mobs spawning, so what would have been A-bombs limit or mass grip is good. But, like specifically single grip is good. So in my mind, I just picture a mob or two that need to die, and they spawn away from the boss, and it'd be really fucking cool if we could grip them like on the boss and then beat the shit out of them. That is, but if that only happens once a minute, then Blood DK and DPS DK grip is identical
Right.
because you have the amount of grips to do both of those things. But okay, but then that's like super one-dimensional. Then it's like, okay, so every time you spawn a bunch of ads, you now they're not mass grippable, and it's like, okay, like, I guess. Okay, and then later on, are they always going to make it to where DPS and tank DK grips are identical in value? And even then, mass grip still exists, which like in reality, like if they ever spawn more than 2 ads, mass grip just gaps the other thing, you know? So what do they do?
This kind of reminds me, you remember when we talked about Evoker range being a big issue for the spec when it was first announced and going into Vault of the Incarnates? And then Blizzard just designed every fight in Vault of the Incarnates so that the range wasn't an issue and the Evoker movement suite was super valuable.
This is a perfect analogy. Yeah, that's
And then
exactly right.
it's like, okay, well, clearly they can do this. But then that's actually not a long-term solution because they were trying to do it that tier and they were, you know, it was a goal for them and that's just not something that is reliably going to happen every tier. And then you get some fights like Naimu or whatever and where Evokers are just in the trenches with their 25-yard range, or this tier even has a lot of fights where Evoker range feels very annoying. So it's, yeah, if their plan is to make this balanced by having it be something that they just always think about and design perfectly every fight, that's great, but in addition to limiting their design space, as you mentioned, it's also just something that's very hard to sustain tier over tier because there's already so many variables that they're trying to balance with these fights.
This game's so hard to tune. It's so hard. It's clearly like fucking like this league. Other games with that have been out forever that have infinite classes and stuff.
This
like,
is the truth.
You're already
A lot of
doing
moving
something that's
parts.
impossible. Why make it that much harder? Just give in, man. Give them a little something.
Yeah, the 2% haste thing is such a bait as well. I had
Are
the
you gonna have
exact same thing.
grippable? Are you gonna have grippable ads on every single fight ever, where you don't want to sit a DK ever? Are they going at this from the angle of, well, the important bosses?
Well, that's why we need to have kind of a meeting of the minds where if we're going to go down this dynamic kind of dynamic spell, you know, kind of ideology, you know, giving a dynamic spell ideology to DK for grip to give them an offensive and a defensive kind of position doesn't sound too bad, you know. And actually, functionally, the thing is will it be too powerful? And you can always revoke it. You know, you don't have to necessarily, you know, it doesn't have to be like, doesn't have to be there forever. You know, if if the mistake happens, if it's not balanced, I totally understand. But at the same time, like to me, that's the way it should kind of be.
We'll have one, so you want to have one in to get them geared.
Or
That
at
doesn't
least
always
start
play
there.
out that way, And
Especially
other
if it's blood
classes
decay,
don't have-
because you don't need to gear them.
No, exactly. You log on an alt blood decay rather than exactly. You're 100% right. Yeah.
Yeah, part of the reason why the game is so hard to balance is because they create all these problems for themselves, which is why I'm really glad that they're making solutions like removing A-Bomb Limb or removing Spell Block. I do think the game has gotten extremely bloated over the years, and for them to take the stance of like, okay, these have been problematic, like let's just get rid of them, I think that's the appropriate response. And like even though like people have been sad about it, right? Like it makes sense, because if you give classes all these cool abilities, like if you give them A-Bomb, if you give them Spell Block, it's like, wow, this is really nice to have, but when you take it away, obviously it's going to feel bad. But I think it's a necessary evil, especially with the whole Spell Block situation, which we can talk about in a second.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, let's just go into that. 'Cause that's another like class change adjacent
but
thing.
But the problem is these things that they're changing a lot of times, they're background noise. They're not like a button you press. They don't change your rotation necessarily. They're like spell block necessarily, like it might be tied to a button, but if it isn't, it's just sitting there in the background, and it's just mitigating damage. Just the reason it feels bad is because you're not hitting an active button to get some desired effect. Basically, you're getting some. They're nerfing the stability of the hero or the class, and you're just going to statically and residually just feel weaker, basically, which is why it feels extra bad, basically.
What do you guys think about?
Yeah,
like,
so
go ahead.
the dev note was not what I wanted to hear. They said they removed it because it required too much specialized knowledge, which is like, bro, I mean, that's kind of why you play the game, right? I mean, like, can't you say the same about like AMS or what's that ability called? Diffuse Magic, and same with just like many other abilities, right?
Yeah.
You don't know exactly what you can. Yeah, or like Shadow Meld. Hey, that's another topic we'll talk about later too. Like we don't know that it's intended that you can Shadow Meld this one boss mechanic and just make it not do anything. But it is what it is, right?
I mean, if they don't, part of this game is the information barrier. So there's going to be an information barrier, and what we want as a player base. We have to tell Blizzard what we want. We have to tell them, hey, we really want this. It's our duty as the player base to really let them know kind of what we want and what we prefer. Like we either want it handed on us, on a silver platter to us, all the information, or we don't. So in this case, do we really believe that it's special knowledge? Maybe not. Maybe they're just trying to make DPS Warrior the thing for next year. Maybe.
So I would say it's good that Spellblock got removed, because Spellblock made Prot Warrior way too binary. The class was either unkillable if you could block the damage, like if there's blockable spells or blockable physical attacks, you literally took 0 damage. But outside of that, if there's like dot damage or bleed damage or constant magic damage that just like is AoE and can't be spell blocked, you were fucked. You had nothing you could have done as a Prot Warrior. So for them to remove spell block, and I mean, if that would require them to do something different, right? Like they would have to either readjust Prot Warrior to actually be able to.
Well, they want these tanks to be situational.
Or
they don't want every tank for every solution. Like they don't want a one-size-fit-all tank. They don't want that. They want because so many tanks are tanks all the way around, and they want they're going to level all 6 tanks. They just are, okay, and they want so the tank you bring is based on the situation and not the tank you want to play necessarily. That's the sacrifice you have when you play tank at a very high level. Okay, you play the tank that gets the job done. You don't play the tank that you want, which that's, you either want that out of your WoW experience or not.
They're like, if your read on this is, oh man, it sucks that warriors are gonna die now because their magic defense was like predicated on spell block. First of all, that wasn't even true in raid, but in M+, it was sort of true. Although really in M+, like you had to survive the 66% of the time that spell block wasn't up, right? So you did have to live outside of that. I think it's also fair to be mad that Blizzard took away spell block and they added in one of the most like uninspired and awful looking talents ever with like.
You also have to see that.
Just not take magic damage.
Yeah, you basically have 4% magic.
You also have to see that they might just make it passive. They might make it. They might put it back in a passive way. So there's. So there's that. So just keep on the. You're gonna have to read the talent tree and stuff. They're probably going to get something similar back, or their situation is just different. So maybe they're going to be more bleed resistant this time.
Yeah,
to physical
that
damage
talent
and
is
things.
like offensive, right? Like if you're a prop
criminally
warrior,
bad.
you're reading that thing. You're just like, man,
so
this-
basically,
So
I'm saying that
I
they're
was actually really interested
situational
when reading that because like you could think
tanking is
technically,
basically
with, like, a
going
bunch
to be
of damage
changed
events,
here.
having a 4% chance
Which-
to reduce.
which Dorky's complaining about, but he does he's not necessarily he is seeing it that way. He's just not he's not he's not pointing it out. It's very simple. It's like, okay, well, we're going away from being good at spell block, and then we're going to be good at probably being more physical damage mitigations, things like this. So, but we don't have enough information to be sure about that yet either. So,
all of the damage from something.
but it's not like he doesn't know. It's not like all three of these guys know, or don't. They know where this is going. That tanks are all going to be situational.
You usually aren't taking massive dot as a tank, like massive magic dot damage. That's like the dot damage that you take, like the way your health goes down like that is usually physical. It's like a bunch of auto attacks. But like magic damage is usually fucking you. It's like one big hit or it's like a bunch of casts. And like you getting one of them fully reduced is way worse than like a 4% passive DR, for example. Specifically for magic. I think for melee stuff, like parry and stuff, feels way worse because it's magic.
Yeah.
But yeah, that aside, I agree. Like spell block was not healthy for warriors. Or for
Yeah, it
the
was not
game.
healthy for the game.
It just
Right.
currently there is a worse thing that they've got on PTR, but they could do a lot better than both that and spell block if they.
Have you played Prot Warrior at all? Can you even do content on PTR right now that's trying to kill you?
Not really.
Yeah, so it's
I
hard to
mean,
tell,
I
'cause,
heard you
like,
can do it, yeah.
was there more things changed about Prot Warrior? It's
Yeah.
possible that they're making. up
Oh,
for
yeah,
that
their
in
entire
well.
tree is changed, but it doesn't really address the problem.
So I think we
more
kind of
like-
have to push a lot of the major rework stuff from like. We just need to like, do, especially because DPS, you can kind of hit a dummy and get the vibe,
Yeah.
But like as a tank, like unless you're doing content that's trying to kill you, it's really really hard to see how good or bad changes are.
The thing about Pro Warriors, it heavily depends on the encounter. I mean, this kind of reminds me of the whole add-on situation.
But all tanking is. We've already kind of discussed that. So.
Like, I've been saying how, like, it's good for Blizzard to be removing a lot of these combat add-ons, but obviously everyone doesn't trust Blizzard to make the right decisions, and the encounters are still going to be as awful. And it's kind of like the same with Pro Warrior right now, right? Because, like, we don't know what Pro Warriors are going to have to deal with next season.
So is situational tanking. I think situational tanking will be. It'll still exist. Like because they have to change the design of the tanks. Basically, it's not just the encounters. They have to change what the tanks do and what they're like. They're always going to be good at something and weak at something else. I don't expect. Paladins are never going to have a charge, like a warrior or a bear. They're not. That's a rage based ability. It'll forever be such a thing. So, but at the same time, I don't expect them to have divine toll either. You know what I mean? So there's trade-offs here, and it's either you either like the situational part of the game or you don't. And but at the same time, I understand if you only have time to like level one tank. Like I also understand that that tank needs to be viable. At whatever skill level you are. And the thing is sometimes this is the problem with metas in general. Is like you're always going to fall into the meta one way somehow. So. Hey, take this out too. All right, let's.
If it's anything like this season, I mean, they are bringing back Priory after all. You literally cannot get past the first boss in Priory because it's just like non-stop bleed damage. It's just not built for Prot Warrior. Because Prot Warrior would have actually been really good this patch. But the class was played in.
But you can do all the rest of the content. So there's one, So when you're trying to push resilience on this, like, I get it, but it's like, at some point when you're trying to push a plus 20, man, like you can't have the intricacies and the situationals and have that. Like one tank is going to fit the model more. It's just the way the system's built. It's the way it's engineered.
Played a lot for a very good reason. Like the class just fucking owns, right? Like it does a lot of damage and it's pretty damn tanky. But when you come across certain encounters like the ones in Priory, you're just fucked. There's nothing you can do about it. The class is just hard gated by the first boss, and that's not a good feeling.
Yeah. So,
But the thing is what... So you're also taking a non-cookie cutter approach to this, okay? So like, okay, so it's gatekeeped by the first boss. Well, what if you put in a healer that helps, take some of this stuff out? There has to be a optimal group for a prop paladin to get through Priory at a high level, like an 18 or something like that. Now, what is that group? I have no idea. That's for the player base to have fun and to deal with. That's what we have to think about, So, and obviously they're probably going to have a little bit better time maybe next season. Maybe this just wasn't the season for them to be good at that dungeon, and maybe they're going to be able to be tuned better at it, or maybe not. Maybe they'll just, maybe they'll just continue to suck at that, bleed damage. But
I guess.
It's also, I don't know if warriors can be dwarves, but maybe it's a thing that stone skin is just too good. I forget if dwarves can be warriors. But having stone skin on a warrior to be able to take those buffs off, maybe that's just too good, to be able to do such a thing. So just food for thought,
It's hopefully they'll land it in a better spot than it is in now, and I think taking away spell block is part of that. But I also think that so far what they've been doing is looking worse than, or not better necessarily. Yeah.
Some other good things though, just like minor class change stuff. They before we get into tier sets, they made Killing Spree like controllable.
Oh God, it's so
which
cool.
is massive W.
It's a Reaper ult. Yeah.
You're just like.
Wait, what do you mean Reaper ults?
Like you literally,
you
it
spin
doesn't
around.
move you anymore. You just press it and you just are shooting
You're blasting, bro.
Blasting, and you spend all your combo points, but you build them back up while it's channeling, and you can.
Oh, I'm being nice. I'm just being I'm being honest. I'm actually
Squirrels unite!
thank you for the sub. I'm being nice. I'm being objective here. But I'm also being objective from a point of playing for 15 years or so. Like I played when this game kind of came out, and so I'm not saying I'm not saying that's everything to my game, but a lot of these design changes need to fit, the entire design of of the play style of which it was of conception, basically. And I'm just kind of giving kind of a roundabout answer and some alternatives, basically. I feel like I think about this game in a very different way than a lot of people, including Dratnos Max and Dorky. So, and that's a good thing. I think we can all learn off each other and things. So I don't feel like I'm being I don't feel like I'm being brutal. I just feel like they've talked about this stuff so much that they fall into, like everyone, including myself, they fall into a way of thinking and a way of delivering information that maybe, and I don't know when they started playing or anything like this, or the people they play around. Yes, they're great players and they've proven it, but that's not always the case. And they bring up great points, but they often don't go deep enough on these points, and I'm just kind of pointing that out for better or worse.
While doing it, you can press like some defensive and movement abilities while channeling it as well.
So it's almost like Bladestorm, or
It's in front of you instead of around you.
Yeah.
And it's, yeah, I mean, I think so. I think he's right. That's.
Yeah, it's God, what else is it like? It's not really. I think Reaper Ult is the closest thing to it if you played Overwatch.
yeah.
Yeah, it's sick.
Yeah, I think that. What do you guys think of the tier?
Interesting. My suspicion is it's not going to be particularly great gameplay in most cases. Like most of the set bonuses I read, I felt pretty uninspired by. There's like 5 or 10 that are super sick.
Especially as a tank. Do you mean all of them, or like I thought the tank ones specifically are? Really...
Yeah, well, because it's so hard to like most of the ones that overlap tank versus DPS. It's like
they just made it for DPS.
Exactly. And there were a few where it's like, oh, there were a few where I looked at it and it was like, oh, one of these is a damage proc and the other one gives me a bunch of haste or mastery or something like that. Like, presumably that's going to be the one that scales better into harder content because that gives me a defensive value and the other one doesn't.
Well, tanks have always been so... Like, the tier sets for tanks are potentially so powerful that it defines the tank you're playing in the patch more often than not, right? So maybe what they're thinking, this is giving them a lot of credit here, is like, if the tank ones are just like, they give you a little bit of damage, so basically the overall value of the tank tier set is just, you don't expect it to be super crazy, because they're all like really mid. Then maybe tank balance is easier to obtain, because you don't have to hit the RNG lotto of your tier set. But then there's so many holes in that thinking, like, okay, so let's make your tier set not fun and cool and interesting like you've expected it to be. So when you log in and get this new 4 set, you just don't care. Is that worth the balance? Like, probably not. That sucks, right? So, I don't know. I thought the tank ones were extremely underwhelming, but some of them for DPS are fucking crazy.
Like, actually, there's one tank one that's cool, and that's also a DPS one, is the Paladin double hammer. That's gonna be sick.
Yeah.
That one's gonna be super fun. But a lot of them kind of... So, okay, something about hero talents that I don't like is that it makes your spec all about just pressing your big damagey button, right?
Dude,
like,
exactly. Yep.
Like, you think about the Demolish one, for instance, right? Prot Warrior is already, all of my damage comes from Demolish, all of my fun comes...
I do like Dratnos's thought process on this, that 4 sets should be engaging and it should change the way you approach the game entirely. And the current talent system isn't set up for that way. So, and I understand it. I remember back when WoW, MoP was like that a lot. Okay, it really was. It was when you switched 4 sets, your rotation changed completely. So we've just hit the level of balance at this point that it's hard to see that nowadays. But it is the dream. It is a dream to have things like that, and I think some classes achieve it. I think Disc Priests, I think healers achieve it more often. I think tanking is kind of generic by nature, but I think that tanking and healing, I think the true, and I guess to some extent DPS, so there's more of a general statement overall, is these classes are like, the fun is in the niche, in finding that niche situation to maximize all of this stuff. So
when I press demolish, making it so that that's even more true, which is like the
doubles
set
down on
bonus is
it.
basically just your demolish does more damage and it gives you a buff afterwards that makes you do more damage.
but
And,
it's
like,
also
that
it's also easy
is
on the
moving the spec
conceptual
even
side.
further
People
in
don't
a
have to
direction I don't like,
relearn
which is
things,
just
and
based
they don't
on
have to
that
go
hero
through
talent
that.
button.
There's a lot of people that don't like want to be frustrated when they get a new 4-piece, that they don't have to like relearn all the buttons in the order of which they press them, which I don't know, probably a downside to some of the player base. Probably the frustrations that we get over behavior and the lever stuff. Like, we're talking about a new group of people. Even though WoW has an older player base, it's not like they haven't been affected by cell phones, because cell phones back, Miss Pandaria, they were out, but there were still people. Smartphones weren't like everywhere, so like people's attention spans and and just time in general, because they're older, isn't there. So does somebody want to spend 2 hours and figure this out again, or do they not? At the end of the day, are they still playing the game? Are they having fun? Are they enjoying it? So even though Dratnos brings up a great idea, does it fit the model that people will play the game more? I don't know.
So that to me, I think, is the part that I'm least excited about. It's just like, I love hero talents I love set bonuses that change my gameplay in a fun and interesting way. And it doesn't seem like a lot of these do that, because a lot of them just make my hero talent big damagey button, an even bigger damagey button.
That's exactly what I said when we talked about tank threat. I was saying how too much of our class's damage or capability comes from these very specific things, which is like the hero talents, and it's going to be even more so true. Like Aldraki.
But this is solely based on the current secondary stat system that they've implied since Wrath of Lich King went away, basically. So, in Cataclysm, basically, as soon as we went away from all that, like, we've adopted this to be the way it is. Just mathematically speaking, like you can insert the name of whatever thing you do. It's going to be able to balance this in any capacity. You're going to have the same. The math doesn't change on the back end. It just doesn't. So like, you can have some variance, and the way they add variance is basically marginal probabilities, but that's about it. So
Vengeance Demon Hunter, for example, your tier set is literally just doubling the Fury of Aldraki damage. So, I mean, it's gonna be a little bit more than double actually, because the other part of the tier set increases your physical damage by 30%. So now you just have Fury of Aldraki doing like literally 40% of your damage in AoE. So how the hell are you expected to get any aggro or do any remotely?
Right, and that's the issue here is he's looking from a tank perspective and a threat perspective. They need to go in there and they need to add a threat table, a higher threat table to these things, that even though they're not pumping out more damage, the threat table is obviously working for them. So I think that's more for non-skilled players rather than skilled players. I think skilled players can abuse the system, because you have to understand that if you hit buttons perfectly, that you shouldn't get a perfect result every time, because then there's no variance. So he's talking about eliminating the thing he wants to be there. So like, Dratnos is arguing for variance in the game through Forset, while Dorky is like, well, I don't want that because I'm playing the tank, and if the variance happens to me, then we wipe, or it's like me doing a situational taunt. But I don't think that's really not what he's saying. Like, he's saying I just want that to happen less, basically. Like, he expects it to happen, and that's, if you want to pull that to the M plus, the MDI situation, that's what he was trying to do. He was using that potion to add threat to the tank, so he would eliminate that variance. That's what he was doing, because he felt like that the group probably. I'm not saying that him, but the group he was playing with was pushing him to a limit to where he felt like he was losing threat, which is a great way to play this game. It really is. Like, I'm not complaining about that part of it. What I am complaining about is, it's not even really complaining. It's just the objective fact that if you lose that amount of variance, the game becomes mundane, basically.
Decent damage by just hitting buttons like Immolation Aura or Soul Bleed or Spirit Bomb. Like, all those abilities are literally worthless now. It literally all comes down to how big your hero talent abilities are, which is cool in a sense, but it also just creates such a problematic game design.
Yeah, because just like...
But let's talk about the MDI thing. Like, he basically, by adding that potion, you basically add a non-global cooldown instant threat buff. Okay, that's what's happening. Okay, on the Grandioso scale, in the world in which we live, you're adding a 0 global cooldown to you're already a great player. You're going to add this, and you want to push. You're trying to push it as far as you can, like a race car driver is trying to push their car to the limits. This is what's happening, and you're going to constantly push that, and I get that. It's a great way to look at this game and a great mentality if you're wanting to get better. However, when you talk about interesting gameplay, by allowing that to happen and putting these things into the game to eliminate those variants, like Dratnos is like, it's uninteresting, it's boring. So this is kind of what's going down.
There's not
So
any
they
gameplay.
they actually are
like,
arguing
when
against
should
each
I
other
use my
when they
hero
say
talent
this
button,
stuff.
right? Like, you think
They
about
just, I don't know if they even
there's a
know
lot of
it.
interesting gameplay about when should I press Spirit Bomb, right? Most rotational abilities, that's true, is you can kind of shift them up and down in priority lists. But the hero talent buttons are already all at a point where it's like, oh, this button is lit up, I should press it. So making it stronger with the set bonus doesn't change the gameplay in any interesting way. It just makes it even more correct to press it every time it lights up.
Yeah.
It doubles down their weaknesses too, on top of their strengths.
This is a little bit of a tangent, but what did you guys think? So this is 2 tiers in a row now where they have done something completely brand new with tier sets, right? Like last year they did there's basically 4 tier sets, and we've just kind of slightly altered them for every class. Before I ask about this one, I actually just, in retrospect, what did you guys think how last year's tier sets played out?
I would say largely awful.
I think the tank ones definitely sucked. Like, there were a few tank ones where... no, not really. There weren't really any tank ones that I enjoyed, and I played a lot of tank this season. When I played my ranged DPS classes, I did enjoy it, though. Like, proccing jackpots was actually fun. The MM one was fun enough that they're just making it baseline, although it was kind of a weird interaction. It wasn't so much about the jackpot thing. So yeah, I liked jackpot. A couple of the winning streaks were fun. Rep Pally had a fun one again as well. The luck of the draw sucked. I think insurance kind of sucked as well.
But overall...
So overall,
worse.
bad.
Yeah, but luck of the draw sucked because, again, it was variance. See, so Dratnos doesn't like variance that's on a probability scale, basically. Like, he wants gameplay. He doesn't want something in the background giving a variance. He wants something actively changing things, situationally changed to make things interesting. He wants situational rotations. He wants things like this to be active, to where Dorky sounds like I'm not saying he liked luck of the draw, but he would be more interested in something that gives him straight threat, straight damage mitigation, things like that. He wants a tank and spank kind of thing, to where Dratnos wants to be the more active player, which it's hard to engineer for both and to be equally as good in the top raids or the top content, and the reason why is because one person's not going to want to learn the sub rotations, and then one person's going to love it. Or the one person's going to then, if it's so passive tank experience, someone's going to be like, this is so mundane, I can't believe, and boring. Like, what am I doing? Why am I even playing this class? Why am I even tanking at this point? Because it's just sitting here, like, I never lose threat. I never have to make a clutch move. You know, the great thing about playing this game is, like, when we're in these clutch moments, it's like, do you see that? Yeah, I saw that. You see that one mob get away, then I taunted that thing back, and then I hit the spell X, Y. I hit spells X, Y, and Z, whatever they may be in that order. Man, that was cool, and I saved that pull, and we saved the run, and we still timed it by 5 seconds or whatever X amount of time. So, it's those kind of stories and those kind of feelings and moments that that bring us closer together and make the game fun and enjoyable. So it's and I have many of them from years ago as well. So I think that's what they're really arguing about here.
Worse than a regular tier set pack.
But I think even though people called it like boring and uninteresting or whatever and like low effort, I don't think that was a fair criticism of doing it that way. I actually think that it was a reasonably high amount of effort to try and design, a set bonus for every spec with the restriction that it had to clue into, jackpot or luck, the heart of the cards, whatever, luck of the draw.
The heart of the cards.
So yeah, I think they landed on an unfortunate decision.
We got a Yu-Gi-Oh player among us. So anyway, yeah, he's right on the DPS things. It's really cool that they try to do that, but at the end of the day, it's a kind of a variance thing. Obviously, it doesn't become variance when you give Fire Mage like double the combustion CD, so it's just always up. So obviously, there's just but that's what Fire wants to do. So like this jackpot for Fire Mage is like crack, basically. It's like if you're a Fire Mage, you're just like all over it. So
for luck of the draw in particular, winning streak to a lesser extent, insurance to a lesser extent, jackpot was cool. Doing something interesting and different was cool, and that's part of the reason why I don't want to be too critical about the hero talent ones either. Is like, okay, they're doing something new with set bonuses. Even if it doesn't work out, I just like that they're doing something new. We've had 28 tiers or however many, 30 tiers. It's 33 tiers or something of raids and set bonuses at this point. Doing new stuff with it. I'm basically always going to be down for the first time they try something new. If they ran back luck of the draw again, I would be very unhappy.
So this is a bit of a tangent, but they really need to fix bad interactions. My interaction with the tier set this season is Boomkins proccing their tier set, which is a mushroom proc, randomly. That'll just slow the mobs for 50%. It'll randomly pull stuff. It'll randomly break CC. It was just terrible. So like that type of shit needs to be fixed. Or just like even random stuff like Arcane Orbs, because Arcane Mage is meta this season. And that class is just non-stop pulling stuff with either Shifting Power or Arcane Orb. And that is like extremely infuriating. I just wish those types of interactions would get.
These interactions could be cleaned up with proper communication, basically. That's really what this got. They happen. But again, somebody else pulling it is variance, It's outside variance to the class, which makes things a little bit interesting and different. And it could wipe the group as well. So, but with proper, I had the same issue with my mage. I'm not saying I didn't break some keys doing it, but basically if I wasn't playing with a random group, I would have talked to my tank and been like, hey, I'm doing great DPS and you're doing a great tank, but I need you to position particularly like this, or this isn't going to work out. Like, you can't do your rotation. You can't do your normal rotation. Like, you either choose the bad positioning with mediocre to bad DPS, or you handle like great positioning with the ability to have great DPS. So, and without communication, which at high keys you basically do that, and this also pushes Blizzard to like play in groups and friends and things like that, to have communication, actually talk these things out. So
addressed immediately, since it's like it's super impactful. There's nothing worse than losing your dungeon run to some random bullshit ninja pulling.
Oh, yeah.
In
Or
fact,
like-
it's a thing with the belt that just came out last week. The belt,
Yeah.
the charge bolt proc actually just breaks CCs and ninja pulls and stuff.
There is
Breaks
something
the
about
that should
that
not be a
free
thing.
patch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are infuriating wipes. 'Cause it's just
And they don't
purely
get fixed
game
too. It's like, yeah,
Well,
like
they
that
are
needs to be
fixing
addressed.
the charge bolts by nerfing it by 62% or something, so it's not going to be, nobody's going to wear it anymore. The mission
There you
accomplished.
go. That's how
Yeah.
you do it right there.
Yep.
That's some good shit.
They are changing the orb as well, but yeah, I agree with you. Whenever stuff's like rando ninja pulling stuff, I wish that was a higher priority of getting fixed as well.
Yeah, because it happens a lot too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's part of your regular gameplay.
Yeah.
One thing I noticed when reading the tier sets today is like I would read one, I'm like, oh man, that stinks, and then the next one,
Yeah.
within the same spec, was like, holy fuck, that owns. And vice versa. I read the first one, that thing owns. The next one, it's kind of whatever. And then I was thinking, we mentioned that they were going to do this. Actually, we thought they were going to do this in season 1 when we were talking about this before the expansion. That like, oh dude, they're totally going to do like hero talent tier sets. And they didn't do it initially. They didn't do it last year, and they're finally doing it. One thing I didn't, when we talked about this before, I never anticipated the fact that this now, for the first time ever, while yes, we are getting 39 tier sets, it's also the first time where every spec gets 2 chances at getting a good one.
Yeah.
And I think that's really interesting. Like when I was reading them, it's like before you just read your tier set and you're like, man, that's it. But like now you get like twice the chances of popping off or not getting fucked. As long as you are okay with playing both hero talents.
Right.
I know for some classes, like you'd rather play one than the other, or one is currently better than the other.
That's like Sandlane and Ryder right now. Like people want to play Ryder bad, but Sandlane is just so much better.
Dude, Ryder, the first time DKs are playing Ryder and it's meta, the 10-second horse death's advance thing it's absolutely
It's
fucking
so
insane.
cool.
Yeah, it's so cool.
It's so good too.
Yeah.
In Raid, like holy shit, it's
Dude,
good.
The way it
the
plays
Rider's
that
F bonus
shit,
looks
though, it's
pretty
so
sick as
sad.
well. It's like gonna make your CDs even
Dude,
more
could you
crazy
imagine
sick on it.
Ryder on the last boss of this next raid where he's as big as fucking Stormwind and his platform is just enormous? I mean, he's so good, but yeah, that they I just found that interesting that it seemed like
because it is still only 39 bonuses, but now every spec has a choice. So
yeah.
that is a cool, unprecedented thing about doing it this way.
Yeah, there's no worse feeling than like knowing your tier stinks and it's not going anywhere, you know, and it's just you're just a bit less likely for that to happen now.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, not being meta. It's a bad thing about meta.
How do you balance 39 specs with 2 different whatchamacallit, hero talents each?
I mean, the
That's gonna
reality
be
is
tough.
you go based off of complaints, and people are just way less likely to complain if one of them is great. Like honestly, there's a world where like some of the tier bonuses are actually useless for a bunch of specs, but you don't hear anyone typing about it because they're playing the other one and it fucking slaps, so they don't care.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, if you're Blizzard, you start off by making sure all 6 mage combos are good, and then you go by whoever's complaining
that's a
the loudest
classic.
on the forums for all the other ones.
Did you read the Frost and the Frostfire one?
And that's
Holy
fine.
fuck.
Like for them.
Igniting
That's
glaciers,
fine
like-
that's the way Blizzard has always balanced the game for better or worse. I think it's the way it just has to be. I think that's core game design, but it does work and kind of has to be that way as well.
Yeah, Fire Mage is shooting out glacial spikes every time they pyro, and Frost Mage has Ignite.
Yeah.
Like that's just, and it's cool. It's fucking crazy thematic. Like like they really cooked there. But I don't know that. I'm kind of optimistic about it. I don't know if they're gonna continue doing it, but I'm definitely a fan after reading them. I also think they made a lot of like they made more of like way broken ones than normal. At least just upon reading it, it seemed like there were more that were like, holy fuck, that's crazy. There's really only like 2 of those a season. Really, I read like 8 of those today. The only thing that's
Yeah, but those are outliers in my opinion. The 4 sets that are just out there, like for instance, Nerva Palace DH. That was an obvious outlier. It just was. So anytime you see such a such a DPS doing that, and then get it. It's not just the amount of DPS that was over and beyond. It was the amount of nerf that happened right after. Like, you know, it was swift, it was obvious, and it was noticeable. So to where the class went from top DPS to barely playable. So, you know, so and what that does is that hurts the community and the player base, because some mediocre player that's playing Havoc, because it's top DPS and they see it, they get this massive nerf in 4 weeks, and you've obviously just wasted 4 weeks of your life gearing this Havoc DPS that is mediocre now. So, you know, like I said, the meta sucks sometimes. You know, it sucks to be meta.
Problem, I think tanks got hit the hardest though. Like when I read the tank one, the average tank one was like, okay, use the DPS spec version of this that they're sharing it with, and it's just some basic ass, like, you do more damage, and then they just gave that to tanks. But what tanks are used to, tanks can multi-class. So, like, just like right now, you have two, if you just play one spec in the game, for example, you have 2 chances of getting great tier. Every tier, kind of, tanks have 6 chances of having insane tier, because they'll just play whatever tank is going crazy at that time, right? But now, like, what do tanks have to look forward to with tier? Some, like, regurgitated DPS version that, like...
It's because it was, like, it's just high, very high, low proc mitigation, you know, that, and it's not... They played this 4-set before, so it's not the first time I've seen it. So it's not a bad thing. The problem is the overall damage mitigation. You're gonna have certain fights that this thing procs, and your healers are gonna have to do nothing, and then this is the problem with kind of damage mitigation 4-sets that are not on use. Okay. Is the fact it becomes more of a healer 4-set and a healer problem than an actual tank problem. Okay. The one thing that you can do is, like, you can sit there and the reason it's that way is because the healers, you can extend the cooldown. So if you notice you proc through your variants and stuff, if you notice you proc, you can extend that proc with a raid cooldown and extend it for, 8 seconds or whatever your cooldown is. Or your healer can, like, cast, like, pain suppression or something and add an additional cooldown if you don't have it. So it's really cool, but the thing is you can't rely on it. You just can't. So, and the thing is because the windows of these mitigations were only 4 seconds. And if you just hit your cooldown, like, it also provides these, like, major feel bad moments as well. So if you proc for 4 seconds and then hit your same cooldown on there, yeah, sure, it stacks. Yeah, you're taking no damage, but you also wasted 4 seconds of your 8-second cooldown. You didn't waste it because it's stacking, but you might be taking the next variance. You might be taking the next wave of damage, and then, of course, with proper communication to your healers, which doesn't exist because we all just we all do solo queue, and we're doing it that way. So a lot of us don't know the players we're actually raiding with or being able to problem solve, because we don't have that proper communication that I just procced. Nor do our healers have, like, a weak aura or something that shows when my tank procs, so I know when the stuff happens, and those things will probably surely go away if they were being used. They're, gone, or will be. So, like, you're talking about all this situational stuff that takes situational add-ons, that takes situational, like, button presses, like. And that's okay, but unless you're, like, geared for the add-on and the information overload to be able to get that from your healers, then what's happening is completely random, because there's no standardization of it, or at least it's kind of hard to standardize it, which is the whole point of add-ons, is to try to make the chaos of variance and make it standardized.
Barely interacts with your spec and just does a little bit of damage outside of like one of them. Like that's fucking lame. I don't think it's worked out well for me at all. The healers look like they have
See, and the thing is like I don't think it's lame if you have the add-ons that back it up. Like I don't. I think it's a really cool thing to have all that variance. And the thing is all the healers that you do just have to be set up to be able to see when you proc. And if you don't, then it's kind of a wasted opportunity. You know, the worst thing that can happen on that is one, you get an external during that time, or you you get the external and then it procs, which then you just get double effect basically, like I said, or you waste your tank cooldown, you know, which is stacks, and so that's my thinking of it. So
fucking crazy ones. And tanks don't seem that way at all.
Yeah, a lot of the tank ones are like lower proc rate versions.
But who would actually do that? You know, who would actually go that far to, you know, track all those cooldowns on all the tanks? You know, and I think we all know the answer to that. You know, it's not hard. It's just I can't without a group. You know, tracking on specific person. You know, it's kind of hard. So, and that's where we're kind of getting at on this, and like Omni CC, and that's why this stuff's going to go away. You know, because you're completely taking the variance out of the game, of which Dratnos is saying the variance is the only reason to play the game, and Dorky is saying that the variance is what's making the game unplayable at certain levels, which both have an argument, don't get me wrong. So, but
of the DPS ones as well, which like that looks like it's going to be really unfun. So definitely some got the short end of the stick here, but again, I'm also
add some DR.
So basically the 4 sets for the tanks were actually additional 4 sets for the healers. Basically, that's what I'm saying. Basically,
they need to add some DR to the tank ones, just baseline all of them. I know that's opening up the like some of them are going to be crazy and it could define the tank thing, but I also think that is a better problem to have than tanks don't care about their tier. Like they get a 2 and 4 set and it's just like nothing matters. That's dumb. I don't know. I think you'd take one being OP.
This DR diminishing return on taunts.
Yeah, this is the first time we've had impact.
This is actually it's random on the back end of the game that's untracked.
Yeah, like
okay. It's the same thing. It's the same thing every player hit in. Basically, if you were in a raid group that wasn't like supporting add-ons for like everything. So it's the same thing. So
all right, what else do we have?
But I think it's also a good ask to Blizzard to hey, can you give us that information? Because one, it gives you a reason why did I lose threat, and it gives you like ability to like go back and look why I lost threat. So it gives you information after the pull necessarily, because assuming you lost threat and you didn't have a taunt or whatever, like at least you have the information in front of you to be able to correct your mistake, which seems like they're pretty with them keeping logs around. Seems like they're pro, information after the pull, which is good. It needs to stay
anything
that
to
way as
cook
well.
on with like the cloak? Got the BFA cloak again. Is there anything there other than like, hey, that's a thing?
Do not use your last in our purchase on the Sprocketmonger cloak. That's if you were thinking about maybe doing that, that's now banned. Do not do that.
I don't think it really matters, does it?
Well, if you have like 2 mediocre choices that you might carry into next season, pick the other one. Don't pick the cloak, because you're definitely not wearing that cloak. Because you're wearing the artifact one.
Well, so what even is the cloak? I actually haven't really looked into too much. Like, does it even...
So if you don't know, we're getting a legendary cloak that does a lot of stuff. Going into next season. So it's going to be a pillar of your build design. So that's what Dragnus is saying.
Really do anything special?
Yeah.
Or is it just something you grind?
So it's like Warbound, which is going to be cool. And then it has like an interaction. It has interactions in the raid and in dungeons, which we don't know what they are yet, and in keys somehow too, or in delves also, which obviously.
Yeah, I'm a fan of this, by the way. We've been asking, hey, you don't need to have expansions defined by borrowed power. That was an issue. But hey, at the end of these patches, give us a little something. Maybe at the end of this expansion, give us a little something. Borrowed power had its issues, but it's also defined some of the best times to ever exist in this game. Almost the majority of the legion, especially the end of BFA, you can directly point to the borrowed power things they added to the game as a major reason why those were some of the best times to ever play World of Warcraft. Them adding a little borrowed power cloak, yeah, we're going to lose it when we level up next expansion. That's true. That was part of the downside. But hey, we can have like, what is it? What this comes out in next month? We don't know how long it's going to be. What, like 6 to 8 months of going on some crazy shit if the cloak is really cool? Like, I think they should be doing stuff like this in the last patch. That's my take.
And making it so that it's account bound like fully is so good, because a lot of these systems have been something where, like, if you think about the BFA cloak, that was a reason to not roll an alt, was because that cloak existed, whereas this one is going to be a reason to play an alt because you have a powerful cloak that you can just put on and start blasting. So I think that's going to be really sick.
My problem with all these recent grinds is they're all so uninspiring. So, like, we got the belt. It's just the dog shit proc, doesn't really do anything. We got the vision enchants, which again doesn't really do anything, it's just a proc. And we got, well, what else did we get?
They're
like they're all boring. Yeah, like I want something that actually has substance. It actually does something.
So this one, it has like procs, and then I think the way that the power is going to work from it is that there will be like boss mechanics that the flavor of them is that you're using your cloak on them. It's not actually an extra, like, it's not an ability that the cloak gives you, but it's like you have an extra action button on a boss fight, and that is from your cloak or something like that. Or like there's a mechanic that
that's interesting.
In theory is because your cloak is giving you the ability to see, the ethereal realm or whatever it is. Which I think is kind of I agree it's less cool than like essences or corruption or any of that stuff was, but to me this is,
I mean, the biggest question is if nobody goes in there with a cloak, what do you see? So I think I think that'll be cool. Like, if it's going to be cloak dependent, or from what we've seen from PTR stuff, is the cloak also enables like abilities off of other in-raid items, so which is really cool. So which will be probably mandatory for any CE guild to have as many as possible. Like, I don't think necessarily I think it's going to be one of those things where you have to have it or you can't show up to raid, basically. I have a feeling like it's just going to be one of those things where you're gonna, splits. It's one of those things where splits mean even more, which love or hate splits, it is what it is. So
it's still it's enough. It's enough exciting looking that I'm excited about it. Mostly the
personally, I just want something that alters your gameplay.
Yeah, I agree. That would be the ideal. Okay, in lieu of a Patreon question this week, we will take a look at this Wowhead interview. You want to do the first question of part 1 or part 2?
Well, Dorky was the one who brought it up. Which one did you think was really interesting, Dorky?
So, one of them talks about tank threat. One of them talks about how the Season 2 dungeons are being designed, the stop changes, resilient keys, needing on every item in LFG, which we actually talked about on our podcast.
Dude, one that I think is really interesting is that what they say right away is like Wowhead's very first question is like, Mythic Gallywix was a disappointment, huh? Basically.
Yeah.
And then their response was, well, basically outside of the race world first, everyone thought the difficulty was fine. That's like their
yeah.
just immediate response, which is
Feedback
very
has been largely positive, and yeah, they've been.
Yeah, I think that it's definitely true that Gallywix double difficulty fights are going to be more popular than Ansarek difficulty fights among the overwhelming majority of players. I will dispute that everybody liked Gallywix. At least, again, maybe just my guild is close enough to the high end that, but like the experience of range players just sitting there and actually doing nothing for the last 3 minutes of the fight was not particularly satisfying for the range players that I know. Most of the, like, phase 1 was pretty fun, enjoyable, I think, for almost everybody, and then the phase 2
Visually
melee
cool.
experience is pretty good, and fight looked good, yeah. So, and it's definitely, I think it definitely causes more damage to make fights too hard than too easy, so it makes sense to err on that side.
It's just crazy from my perspective. Like, what I hear is like, okay, so that statement you just said, I completely agree with, by the way. Like, the majority of the Mythic WoW rating scene would like a boss to be closer to Gallywix than it was to Ansarek. I said those exact words after this raid, and people got so mad at me. Like, the chat, which is mostly like the people who are still listening at that point are just like race fans, right? And they're upset because they're like, I didn't get to watch this cool thing. But like, I was like, you guys aren't who I'm talking about. I'm talking about the people actually clearing the raid. And I thought that made sense. I don't know why I'm like just vindicating myself, but I said this before.
Yeah, I mean, if the Blizzard devs agreed with you, I guess.
I must be right.
So, one of the really rough answers was, are there any plans to change the way Mythic Lockout works? And they said no plans are announced, and they're happy with how it works. And they said what you pretty much said about the whole lockout, right? Like, they want communities to stay together and how players should have social interactions amongst each other and be tied to their group. So
It's a
yeah,
tough way to do
they.
that, but, yeah,
This
it
is
makes
not
sense.
the video.
I mean,
to
they
get
did
into
say
that.
they would love to hear feedback. So I mean, as long as you guys are loud enough about the whole Mythic raid lockout situation, maybe they'll change their opinions.
They've been asked about it straight to their face in interviews for like 3 years. Like, I don't think it's ever going to change, because there's like, what other way? They would need another way to very securely maintain the social balance of WoW, and like wanting you to make those, like, they want you, even though there's friction, to make those connections, because they know their game is better enjoyed like that. And that is what the Mythic Lockout, among other things, does. And that
I agree that it's better that way. I agree that going into it like that as a group, like as a guild, but the issue is after 15 weeks, does that exist anymore? And at what level? That's the issue. Like, I'm not talking about like progression weeks through like first 10. I'm talking about when the whole place is nerfed and you're buffed 30%, the place is nerfed 25%, you know? Like, it's not even the same rate anymore. That's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, is it impossible to open the last 5 weeks or 4 weeks of the raid to, you know, allow people just to kind of grind it out and see what they can do? You know, and the question is would they be able to down it and get, you know, CE? Because you maybe just turn off that achievement completely at a certain time, you know. So, you know, is that impossible, you know? And, you know, and I understand that it would, by caving there, you would then cave it at 10 weeks and 6 weeks and it would keep going back until you would just like open it up for Mythic pugging would be the same as AOTC pugging, which I don't want to, I just don't think it's even possible to do, you know, at that certain level, you know. I don't think a pug could get that close, you know, on week 3. I just don't think so. They can barely get through one boss, let alone 2, you know. So, yeah. But that's another discussion, basically, bigger one.
clearly stated by them why they're not getting rid of it, but it, like, there's so many actual gameplay reasons why it turbo sucks and lowers overall like involvement in Mythic. So it's like, you're basically like, do you want more involvement in Mythic, or do you want like the entire social construct of the game over years to potentially just evolve into people solo queuing for things and not actually talking to people? And Blizzard's probably a lot more scared of that than they are the negative consequences of the Mythic lockout. It makes sense.
Right, and for that reason, it's like, why not at week 15 after this thing's been nerfed into, whatever raid it is left after at a certain level, what what is stopping that? Those guilds that want to push it late, like, are still, you can't do that, or you don't have one. Like, if it opened up like super late, then at least you would have a shot at it. A lot of these people don't. A lot of these people don't rate it. They get a character all the way up to max level. Like 680 right now. They get max level 682, whatever. They get best in slot items, and then they're not allowed. They're not allowed to go in there and try it out because they, and this is where buying the lockouts kind of happen and stuff. They're not allowed to go out, and it's like they built this race car, okay, over the last 15 weeks, and they never get to go try it out. They didn't have the skill level, they didn't have the group, or they don't have this. They don't even get to go try it out because they don't have a racetrack, like, they don't have a group, they don't have a pit crew, or they don't have this, like, or they don't have time to go do stuff. So maybe that's a bad example, but they never actually get to go do the thing that, and if they never go do the thing, like, how are they ever going to get there? And what I'm not saying, I don't want it to be this thing where, well, if we allow it on week 15, why not 10? And we just keep stepping it back, because I don't want that. I believe there's a very high level of integrity to hold to the game itself and to be honest with the game. But I think you can also do that in a way that limits the season of what CE means and just don't give the CE achievement to things people past 15 weeks. I just don't think that's, or whatever week makes sense there. I don't know when the majority of people actually hit CE. Because obviously it's not a whole lot of people, and a lot of people that get CE, they're getting CE twice. So it's not like, some of these guilds that are getting it are the same people. So it's just one of those things. So I need to go to Thunder Bluff.
Yeah, dude. The other thing in the part 1 of the interview, the Dead Week is getting changed. You can get a lot of champion track. Here.
W.
Yeah, I think that's going to be huge.
We complained about that infinitely, right?
Yeah.
That that week just felt totally.
Yeah, there's nothing to do.
Yeah.
If you're max gear level, this doesn't matter.
And now I think they're striking the correct balance of, it's not nothing, but it's also not, the BFA week 1s where you have to play 16 hours a day of islands.
It's weekly lockout Mythic Zeros, right?
Yeah.
Like, the only people who are going to potentially be really stressed out about this are Race World First Raiders who have to do a Mythic Zero tour 15 plus times. Those people, unrelatable, doesn't matter to a lot of people listening to this. That is definitely going to suck. For the average person, I think this is very good. You just get a little bit of a 2 to 3 character average person or less, like that. You're talking you just have more stuff to do, more fun. You're gaining that little carrot on the stick early.
100%. Yes, that is a huge W.
What'd they say about Resilient?
Basically,
they
we
said
like
they were
them.
fine with it.
They're not changing them
Yeah.
for this season.
I have a question. Why do Resilient keys not exist from the beginning of Mythic Plus, if they exist at 12?
I think the answer to this question is quite simple. I don't think there's any reason. I think people will just sell 7s. That like selling 7. Like, I don't want people to buy their way up to 10s. Maybe they're doing it already, but like, why? It's already bad enough that people buy 10s, early. But it at some point it takes the integrity away a little bit, and the question is when does that take the integrity away? So we have to, again, us as a community, we have to decide all this stuff. Of what we want our champions to be, and what do we, when we crown a champion, what do we want that to mean? So, we're the only ones that can actually actually decide this and define this. That's the cool thing about being a part of the WoW community. So
it's a good question. Yeah. So I also am of the opinion that they actually would probably work really well for people below 12s. We got a lot of one of you guys got a lot of flack in the comments for saying that like people who are 3K don't really interact with Resilient, which obviously it's not technically true. Like you do technically get Resilient keys at 2970 or whatever if you've done all the keys equally, but it is also true that if you're pushing 12s, you don't have Resilient 11s to fall back on. Whereas once you are pushing higher than 12s, that's when you actually get the benefit of having Resilient keys beneath you to fall back onto, right?
Yeah, you don't really get it until you finish it, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Like you'll technically get Resilient keys, obviously, if you're 3K, but like you didn't progress with Resilient keys to 3K except for your last few keys, maybe, or if you were leeching off somebody else who had them, right?
I think also holding Resilient keys at a low level kind of makes people they don't respect wipes. They need to respect the integrity. I said earlier the integrity, but the integrity of the game is giving your teammates your best, basically, to communicate the best, to position yourself the best. Not so having the diminishing return on the keys up to level 10 are nice to keep that integrity and keep the honesty going on. And it's less about there's 7s because they're too easy to get, basically. Like I probably ran 5, 7 or lower. That's it. Like, and I understand the skill level gap, like, probably varies a little bit, but like I probably ran that the entire season, starting from day 0 up to now. Like, because once you run a couple 7s, you run like a 5 and a 6 just to prove your whatever. It's like your Raider IO to show that you can do it. And then the rest is you got a group and you're doing completions. But I think this goes back to the ante and putting in money into what we talked about early in the video. Is we talked about all this stuff. The ante actually fixes this problem. Is that there's no reason to run a 7. Like there's no reason to have Resilient 7s. It's just not. Like, doesn't exist. Or maybe, and if they do it, then maybe they should do like every other. Maybe they should have like every other thing. So like on the evens, like for the lower ones. So like maybe it starts at 4, and then you get 6 or 7. Maybe because it makes sense. It makes sense because you're fighting for heroic gear right there. Like you're gonna have that sustainable mark. So and then Gilded Crest. So obviously you want to stay in the Gilded Crest area, which people are having problems. But Rune Crest are also, they're good too. So like it's not like you just don't need Runecrest. But I could see like the entry into Runecrest having it, like I think it's 6. No. Yeah, it's like 4 or 5. Like I could see like 5 being a Resilient level, and then maybe 7 or 8. I can see there's just more space, basically. That's what I can see. But I really think the ante, like, and to retouch on the subject, is basically you use the system that's already there that says standard run, or you can choose to have a completion run, and then all the players put into a pot 10,000 gold, and then if someone leaves without a proper vote for any reason, they just get the other players get your ante, basically. And it's basically as a cost to them, to that one person wasting 4 other people's time. So that's my solution to the
What
problem.
brings you here?
So
Gonna be that.
They're gonna be fucking mad.
Yeah.
Walk
So
with
I feel like what
your
you're saying is right, but they're gonna be so mad.
Yeah, I mean, we're
I
just
just,
bad
it's
for
one
the
of
sake
those.
of
There were a
being
lot of
mad.
people
Well, actually,
in the
Stratos.
comments were like, "Well, you got it at 3K." It's like, yeah, but you don't really, right? Like, unless the main way that you're using resilient keys is you earn the 3K at some point early in the season, then you just farm resilient 12s for the rest of the season, which is. I'm sure there are people that do that, and they're just doing it for the gear and stuff and for the fun. And
But
that's
even
great.
then, that
But,
argument
like,
we were making didn't even involve saying that those people aren't included in
Right.
anything. We were, that whole situation, I will never understand. But it's also okay. I'm
it's-
okay with thinking that just we're stupid and don't get it. By the way, that's the result.
It does strike me that the parts of resilient keys that are super great, the fact that it takes some pressure off of you and it's you feel less stupid inviting less skilled friends or off meta specs. It seems like that would go really hard at the +7 level and the plus.
Yeah, I just don't
4
understand
level.
why it exists at high
So-
keys that it doesn't before.
One reason I can see Blizzard not doing this is because you're just going to see a whole lot less keys below 10 if that was the case. Because, I mean,
Yeah.
it's already happening. I don't know if you guys have seen, but apparently over the last week, the keys that were completed, 70% of the keys completed were above 10, which is just insane. It just means that, like, nobody's actually doing low keys anymore. You know how there's always that whole theory that, like, the
anything to
majority of players are doing low keys?
Do you have anything?
that's why they need to stagger them. They need to make it can't be every level. Like it makes sense at every level above 12 or 10. It makes sense. Like because as the difficulty goes up, you're talking about the guy that can only play this game for 2 hours, like 2 days a week. Okay, so 4 hours a week or 6 hours a week. Okay, somebody that's not throwing in a bunch of time. Like when he gets resilient 12, that's a huge freaking deal. Okay, like it's a big deal. Like when the guy grinding gets it, 6 weeks before him too. But think about that. They never have to go back down in level. But the problem is they're not putting in the amount of time to sustain their skill level and keeping up with their gear to sustain what that means. Okay. So if it was true that if it was completely true that it would stay, they win at brick keys basically, but this is also a failsafe, so it feels good basically on it too, and it gives them it. So the plus here is because they don't get as many reps during the week as other people, is they're still able to they're basically still able to achieve what everybody else has achieved.
To compare like a previous season, because I'm thinking about it right now. Like, why
Oh.
would anyone be doing keys this late into the season and hasn't quit already? And it's like to farm gear for their vault. I don't know why there'd be people pushing below 10 now, right? Because like you would just
Yeah, there's just like a lot less people doing 10s, and I mean that's gonna be even more true if they were to add resilient. I mean, like there's no reason for you to ever go back down if you already completed like an 8.
Well, it's because most people, like the only people that are doing below stuff is the gearing the alts for next season, or they're
we like resilience chilling.
Yeah, and I think one thing that a theory that I proposed is like if resilience is good, why don't we just make all keys resilient? But one thing you would lose with that they pointed out that I do agree with is it is a big checkpoint that feels good to get to, like earning resilient 14s, 15s, 16s. That's if you look at like stream titles even in the WoW category, it's like, oh my god, I just got resilient 18s or pushing for resilient 15s, right? Like those, that has added a huge amount of meaningful milestones to M+ pushing. So I think that part's good. I just do kind of think that they would go crazy for the lower key level audience.
Also, I'm sorry, I didn't mean.
No, I didn't have any more to say. I just
like I personally don't think it means like for me, I don't think for upper like higher level players, lower level resilience won't matter because it say like a 4, you can get resilient 4, okay, whatever. I'm possibly only going to do like 1-4 and I'll be in 7s. and I am more likely to get resilient 7s than I will resilient 4s. But I'm sure there's a player out there that is the opposite and maybe can't play as much or whatever, like, and resilient 4s will mean something. So I like that, as Stratnos is saying. I think it's a great kind of hurdle and a new goal to set to get all this stuff. I think that's great. I think it's really good. I just think that having every single tier level is unnecessary at at the lower stages. I think it's cool to stay within like the Gilded Crest and the Rune Crest, like to kind of straddle that. So like if you want to stay in the Gilded Crest thing, you can stay there. And if you want to stay in the Rune Crest, you can stay there, the Weathered, all that stuff. But other than that, I don't think it's necessary. I also think that if you want to, like, you should be able to buy lockouts possibly. I think instead of paying players lockouts fees, these guys are not going to like that. I think if you want to buy like a Mythic Gallywix lockout, you should be able to do that via the game. I don't think you should have to like wait till somebody get a lockout and whatever. I think that stuff should be available like week 10, to where if you want a certain lockout for a certain boss on the raid, you can just buy it for whatever gold, million gold, whatever, it doesn't really matter. And then you can hold that lockout forever, for as long as you want, on that character that you buy it on. So I think that clears up a lot of things. Because I think I think it just makes a lot of sense, basically.
Oh, okay, yeah. Thank God.
Yeah.
But just to like clear up our like take on it, I think we are pro-resilient. I think the people that were mad at us thought we were like anti-resilient. I think we are pro-resilient, and really our main drawback was like people might be selling them.
Right.
But like
it's a small issue.
It's a small issue. Yeah, we don't think the whole thing should be changed for that. And if that has to happen for the overall benefit of resilient to exist, that can happen. That could be the case forever, and it would be a slight downside, but still overall positive. So we are pro. We're on your side, basically. We all want the same thing.
If you hear us talking about a negative of a system, it doesn't mean that we think the entire system is negative.
It sounds like we've been kidnapped and we're currently being held hostage.
Yeah.
By the way, all good.
Yeah.
But that is kind of how I felt.
I've learned from the comments as well that we are the politicians of WoW, and also what we say is dangerous because Ian will do whatever we say.
Yeah, that was a fucking good.
Oh, dude, that one comment was like, "You guys are not allowed to have your opinions. This is not about your opinions.
Yeah.
You guys are WoW politicians."
It's not about what you guys are saying right now that I'm mad at. I'm mad that you're rubbing shoulders with Ian and what you might say or something like that. It's like, so you're just mad. So you just don't like us. So why are you listening to this? Like, wouldn't that drive you insane?
I just got to tell you, if you are ever commenting on a YouTube video because you're worried that somebody's opinion is bad, you are amplifying it. Like, putting a comment on a YouTube video is the single worst thing you could ever do for making somebody's voice less heard.
Dude, they're gonna be mad again. 3 straight fucking weeks.
Dude, we made it. We made it so deep in the podcast this time that they might have tuned out by now, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, we were just engagement baiting, honestly.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, well, Dranos has to go soon. I'm just trying to see if there's any other absolute banger questions here. I don't think so. It's like there's a couple very interesting like raid assignment stuff that has like a cool answer, but like that's, I don't know, that's kind of like side stuff. The dungeon. Oh, what about did they have anything interesting with like the dungeon difficulty?
Yeah, they talked about the whole dungeons getting disarmed in season 2 and how people are having a lot more fun. So how do they plan on continuing with that approach? Which, I mean, it is actually a really important question because of the whole add-on removal situation, right? Like if they're removing Omni CD, are we gonna make dungeons easier? Are we gonna have mobs that won't spam cast as much? Because that is definitely a concern when we're bringing back dungeons like Halls of Atonement,
like
Gambit, which are banger dungeons, by the way, but they could just Dragonflight-ify them and make them completely terrible to play.
Yeah, I something tells.
I think this is just kind of a wait and see thing. I mean, we can give as much feedback as we want on this, and at the end of the day, if WoW feels good and plays fine and we're having a good time, then it doesn't really matter what it feel like. Is like, this is the feel question, in my opinion. This is not a what did the mobs do, question. It is kind of thing. Like, obviously, if they leave the same system without the same tools, it's going to be kind of a, like, you would think it would be just a rough time to play WoW. But at the same time, we have to have reason to believe that the devs will give us a game that feels good and feels like WoW. Okay, like, I think at the end of the day, it's not that we can't discuss it. It's that at the end of the day, it's going to be that feeling that determines if we agree what the changes were or not.
Me that that's not like I'm glad that they the one thing I saw they announced Halls of Atonement, and I was like, dude, could you imagine if they brought back Halls of Atonement with Season 1 design philosophy and what they would have done to that dungeon had they brought it back then? Like, Halls of Atonement,
it would have been awful.
We don't want you to do any big pulls ever. Like,
just
whatever
gonna
that looks like version of that dungeon
teleport.
would have been so bad.
One thing that I do wish they would change is True Sight. Also, the meld potion. That's
We need to talk about the meld potion.
Yeah.
Oh my, that's a big fucking change.
Well, it's a big change.
I think the meld
So,
potion
I
is
think
going to
it's good.
be,
like, obviously it's not the best.
it's kind of a cop out to OP things, So I think mechanics that are OP, kind of like what or try to take care of things that are not stats. Like, if it's not a stat stick and it's doing something, it has the potential of doing this. And if you put it into a potion, even that limited time effect, it just proves on how powerful the effect is. Basically, that's really the entire argument here. So it's like so super effective that we
What can I help
can't even have a temporary version of it, basically. So
for the whore?
Solution to that, like, I think a lot of people are like, we'd like to play whatever race we want and our racials don't matter. Like, I'm in that camp for sure, but that they're not going to do that, right? So, like, what they're doing is, hey, if you can't be a night elf, here's an option. Obviously, if you're a night elf, you can have this potion and shadow meld, so you could potentially shadow meld multiple casts or stuff like that, but it's still helping bridge the gap between not being a night elf and being one. High-end players will probably still be night elf in case you can use it a second time. It's still just the best thing. My solution is make shadow meld just not work in dungeons,
basically,
just like you do in raid. Like, imagine in raid, if you just are a raid designer and you're just sweating going into every raid fight, like, oh man, I hope they don't make one of my abilities completely
this is the state of retail. Okay, high competitive cap, high reward system. Okay, you achieve stuff, you get rewarded for those achievements. Like, it's less, even though you want to keep the lore and things like that, like, to be able to do this stuff in dungeons, at like Mythic Plus stuff, like doing it while you're leveling, sure, why not? At a lower level. But as soon as you turn max level, this thing turns off. It's more of a questing thing. Does it suck? Yes, but that is the state of retail. It really is. Now, you do something in classic like that, I think you're like preposterous. But you do some retail, it's just part of it. So I think that's something we just have to, like, get through. Basically, as
not
competitive
work because
nature.
I'm shadow melding it. Yeah, that would be insane. So, like, why does Dungeons have to deal with that? Just make it not happen. But, like, I think what I came to the conclusion of is they can't do that because
like, let's be real here, okay? The entirety of this video, we've been talking about competitive nature of things. Okay, we've been talking about raid and M+. Okay, changes, things like this, to the competitive nature of the community. We have not once mentioned how the leveling experience would be affected by any of this changes in retail. Not once. And there's a reason for that, because retail is fundamentally changed into a competitive scene. Not that you can't be like non-competitive and still play this, okay? I know people use casual a lot. I think non-competitive player is kind of a better word for it, because maybe they also have that competitive edge. They just don't necessarily need to get it in a WoW way. You know what I mean? So so basically that's kind of how I see that part of it. And to think of it, like, I understand we're trying to like keep it kind of like meld and keep it on your bar, but if you can't use it in raid at the most dire circumstances, either change the ability when you get to max level, or do something else. Basically, like, just make it not work, like, and make it a leveling ability, and it's something that the class has. You can do it out when you're leveling and things like that, but it's never going to be a thing. It's too powerful. It's like it's like Exodia, for Yu-Gi-Oh. So let Dratnos know what Exodia is if he doesn't know it. I'm sure he does, but because he's over here like the heart of the cards. So anyway, but that's the way I see it. Is in no way, shape, or form has this video or this podcast been anything to do with the leveling process of retail. So it kind of it's a moot point. It just doesn't come up.
And what's happening to you has to be the same. And I think the LARPing Night Elf in a normal dungeon at the beginning of the season wants to be able to Shadow Meld to not die as an important part of, like, you have Shadow Meld, you should be able to use it at the normal level, right? And it would be impossible for them in Mythic Plus to make Shadow Meld not work, and then in normal make it work. Because otherwise, wouldn't you just remove Shadow Meld working rather than have this potion solution?
So
Yeah.
I'm on both camps personally. Like, I think it's really cool to have these like techie kind of potions. I mean, as long as I don't get disqualified for using them in
Yeah, I was
MBI,
about
but
to say, of course you are.
Yeah, you like it
Yeah,
now.
but I
But
mean-
the next expansion, when you try and use this thing, tell me how you're feeling.
yeah, I'm fucked. Yeah, I mean, I really like this type of stuff, right? Like, M Plus is all about tech. It's all about just like coming up with coolest strategies, and this amplifies that feeling. But I also wish they would just allow players to just, I don't know, just like pick whatever racials we want or some shit. Whatever it is, because like I don't want.
Now, a la carte racials would be kind of cool. Not like it does take away from it a little bit, but at this point, the racial world first has basically destroyed that kind of anyway. Because if you have, like, for instance, warriors, like if you have heavy blades and if you have stone skin for those bleeds, then then it would be much easier, basically, and you could just a la carte all this stuff and pick what you want, or it just like, or they're all in your general spell book, basically, like all the racials, and it doesn't change anything, but at the same time, is that where we want WoW to go? Because that also takes the specialization of tanks, because what tank is not going to take stone skin? Like, everybody's going to take, like, it's auto. It's an auto pick, and you take it every time. Okay. And then Arcane Torrent is actually, in my opinion, is very good. So depending on the class, and so me playing Paladin a lot, like, I like Arcane Torrent, but you have like berserking, things like that, and then I forget, is it Rage for orcs that increases, I forget exactly what it does, but there's some passes that just don't do anything. But also you have to, if you take the active racial passes, or the active racial skills, if you take those away, then the game becomes very uniform already. Not that it's not becoming that way anyway, but it just depends on what kind of content you want to run. Like, I know, and some of the guild drama, like, you need to go dwarf so you have stone skin, and it's like, no, I'm not going to do that kind of thing. Like, and there's players out there that won't re-roll characters. I think there's something to that. That you've had a character for 15 years and you've played it and you want to go in with that experience because you're tied to this character in a way. And it's not a bad thing. It really isn't. It's just you have to it just makes things uniform. Let's just say that. So
I'll be a stinking dwarf too half the time, but I'm just forced to be a dwarf, and I know people get mad about that, but like, it is what it is, right? And
never gonna
they don't need to, like, I get that, like, it's been in the game forever, and it's one of those, like, oh, like, it's a core part of WoW fantasy RPG, yada yada yada, but Blizzard has made changes that haven't made any sense in the past, like cross faction, right? Like, cross faction was a massive barrier for them to break down, and they went on and just broke factions
And the game is a lot better for doing it.
Yeah.
like if you give, like, I don't know, the cool thing about giving us all, like, all the racials basically is, do you give us all the passive racials as well? Because that doesn't make sense necessarily always. So, or do you just give us the active racials and the passive ones that make sense, you know? So it's like, you know, at some point it either matters or it doesn't. At the Race the World first level, they're going to play whatever, you know, whatever fits the, you know, the situation basically. So
Exactly, and I think it's like some of these ideas are just way too antiquated, and they should just
Ooh, good
do
use of
something about it.
antiquated. Let's
big
go.
word alert.
Dude,
Big word alert.
I ripped an antiquated in one of our, it was like a farm raid or progression raid, and I never heard the fucking end of that, by the way. I was like the oldest person that's ever existed for saying that word.
Ironic.
You mean ironic?
Well, that's what the word means. So it's because
Are you doing a bit?
no, it's like antiquated. It means old, right?
Yeah, but how does
And
that
then
mean
you are
ironic?
old for using a vocab word also. So it's like, but it's ironic that the word you're
Oh,
getting
I see. I
means
totally see what
old.
you mean.
He's
right?
saying that
Yeah,
you're dated.
like basically, Shaq and Fired Up had never heard that word before, and it started becoming part of their vocabulary all the time, purely just to make fun of me for saying it in the first place.
That is crazy because I assume there are about 4 million words they've never heard before, and they picked that one to fix it.
Yeah,
on.
also penultimate is one I ripped one
Oh.
time, and they absolutely love that one.
That's a good word.
That's a normal word. It's
That
the
is-
best way
But
to
it sounds
describe
cool as
the
fuck.
second to last boss.
Yeah.
All right, fuck yeah.
All
W,
right.
No
Yep.
potty
That's,
blow up.
that's it. Patios.
Remove racials. I'm not racist.
Yeah, they're never gonna do it, man. It's the same reason they brought back like buffs. Like, why did Druid get like Mark of the Wild back when they and they said in an interview, it's like, well, when people used to play Druid and they're logging back in WoW for the first time, they used to buff themselves while questing with Mark of the Wild, and we want that to happen again. Like, that is why that button exists. That's why raid buffs exist, because of that. You know?
So I kind of get that. I really do. But it also, like, if it was just if this Arcane Intellect was just static, and when you entered a raid, if it was just static, there's something to cast this on people because you don't have to be in range like Pally Devotion Aura. There's something to that. Okay, it does add a element of variance to it because I'm not saying that it always has to do that, but you know, there's going to be times in raid, especially if they're big, like you're going to be wondering, why are you taking more damage? And it's because you're taking 3% more damage than you normally would because you're 40 yards away. And obviously there's talents to extend that further, but so, like, you know, it just adds this kind of nuance, this a little bit of variable variance to it, you know, that you can overcome.
The whole like,
gameplay and
I
proper
played Shadow Meld in 2005.
proper
I played
talent
Night Elf in 2005.
acquisition.
I could Shadow
So-
Meld then. Wait, I log in. I can't Shadow Meld. I have to select it from a race, like a racial selector. Oh well, this totally takes me out of it. And then they like look at their horde flag in their room, and they're like, this is not the game they played when they grew up. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
Yeah.
the fear.
I don't know if that's a real fear though. Like, is that really like when, like, for instance, I came back and I'm like, it's cool that things are like super similar, and maybe I've been back long enough to where I've kind of gotten used to it, so I've gotten my kind of player, you know, it's no longer nostalgic. I'm kind of on a different journey now. So, but maybe, so maybe this doesn't apply to me. But from my point of view is like convenience, a little bit of quality of life convenience for raid buffs isn't bad. But the question is, are they going to function? Are they going to function? And how are they going to function? Because like Arcane Torrent takes away magical debuffs. Like if there's ever a boss that takes away magical debuffs, maybe there's a boss maybe that removes all raid debuffs, you know, something like that. And you have to, like, you know, reapply them. I don't think it would ever be that way, but you know, necessarily it could be, you know. So it's just like, you know, I'm just brainstorming at this point. And like you kind of lose that personality of the you lose the personality that would be involved in those raid battles. Not that it's a lot of personality or anything like that. Not, you know, but you're also stating and putting that you believe that they, like, people wouldn't like it, and I disagree with that. Like, I was shocked that the game was so similar when I came back, and I'm glad it was similar because I could use the same tactics and same strategy to do it, and it's changed in certain ways. But it's not. It wasn't like over. The raid buff thing was not like the reason I was like happy that they still existed. Like, I expected them to. But I also had a feeling in my head. I was like, okay, well, what if they just integrated that into the stat package, you know? Just like a primary stat, you know, it's just built in, you know, on the back end. I don't know if I would totally be against that, you know. Again, it would come back to a feel thing. But there is there is a feel bad moment when you do a raid pull and you forget to arcane intellect.
Health warning.
It just is, you know. It sparks different emotions, or Mark of the Wild, or whatever, you know.
Yeah,
Like,
that's why they'll never do it, I don't think.
Yeah.
But
All right.
Sorry, last second tangent.
Nope,
Goodbye.
it's good. Adios.
so this is the first stream. Where I've kind of done a kind of a reaction of a podcast. So it'll probably be something in the near future. I'll probably continue to do it. I appreciate the viewership. If you haven't, definitely subscribe to the channel. Follow me on Twitch. So it's free, helps the channel grow. Things like that, so it is appreciated. I also enjoy the comments when I make these videos. I try to respond accordingly, and so and in a prompt manner. But sometimes I want to keep basically engaged the whole time, and basically in the thought process, deep into the thought process of what they're saying, and respond to it accordingly, things like that. So anyway, like I said, shout out to PoddyC podcast, Max, Stratnos, and Dorky. They're, you know, without them coming up with good content, I couldn't react to it. They have great starting points on where the game goes, flows, where the game's going, where they see things. I really enjoy it. Sometimes I just think they don't brainstorm enough and go the extra mile or the extra level that kind of really facilitates the argument of what they're actually talking about. That's my so sometimes they do. But anyway, like I said, appreciate the viewership. Thanks for watching, and hope to see you on the next video. See you later.